Where is your real? Good morning, everyone. 3-minute warning. 3-minute warning. Please start finding your seats. Thank you.
Yeah, here. Yeah. Yeah. Everything that. Yes. Yeah.
We're going to allow for a couple more minutes as people are registering, and we're getting some other things set up with our open. So once you get registered, please have a seat. Right here.
Okay, can I give it to you?
There are some chairs up front. Don't forget as you're looking for seats. We're gonna be starting very quickly here.
Okay, being 9:05, we're going to call this meeting to order. We are going to start. We'd like to welcome everyone here today. It's nice to see a good turnout like this. We're going to start with the flag ceremony, and we have Jared and Colin McGoldrick, father and son, and they are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would everyone please stand? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we still have some people standing and waiting. If you have a seat next to you, if you would just see people walking around, you'd let them know. The first order of business is to elect a moderator, and this is done by secret ballot. So do I have any nominations for moderator? Anybody else interested? Okay, so nominations are closed. I need okay, and I need ballots. Only 3. Yes. Yes, and yes, okay. So we have Christian Bishop, who will be your moderator today, and he will begin. Oh, shoot, that's great. Thank you. Too much going on. All right. All right. I please state your name.
I, Christian Bishop.
You swear.
Swear.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And of this state.
And of this state.
The law and I shall continue.
Citizen thereof.
I do. You swear.
Swear.
That I will be able to do the best of my ability.
Coming on.
As moderator. I'm altering. Constitution. And laws of the state.
Thank you. Great election.
I'm right there.
Well, thank you, everybody. Again, my name is Christian Bishop. I am a resident of Belgrade, as all of, or most of you are. I see there's a lot of new faces, and we welcome you today. We have some order of business, and I'm going to go through some rules and sort of procedures, because not everybody always understands how these things work. First, I would like, just in case we end up having someone who is not a resident speak to answer questions, I have a few people on the list. Actually, back up. First order of business, we have to set which system that we will use. And barring any consent, we will use the main moderator edition 8th edition 2025. Any objection? Seeing none, that will be the process that we'll use. In that process, we have a few people who possibly could be called on, and barring any objections, we will allow them to speak to answer questions. One is Kenny Scano with Transfer Station, Jared Bond, librarian, Lorna Nichols, town manager, and I don't see Hans here, so he's not here. We won't need to worry about that. Seeing no objection, they will be able to speak if called upon. Okay, I want to go through a few rules just so that everybody can be clear on how we operate in town meetings. We are going to be using the card system that you should have been given. When we do have a vote, just please hold it very high when you're either for or against. That way we can see it. I will make a determination. If the determination is challenged by the body, we'll need just 7 people to show me that they challenged my decision. And then I will do a hand count using 2 of our town clerks or employees. That way, you know, if there's a question, you do have recourse, okay? But it's important to hold those cards high. If somebody, I'm sorry, we don't want to continue on. And this, by the way, these new rules are clarified under the new system. So if there's any questions to that, that is why we're using the 8th edition. There's been some law changes, rule changes, and so things are a little different for those who've been here, okay? If there is a challenge to my determination in a ruling, like I rule something out of order, that process is slightly different also from the past. That I will have somebody will need to identify and be recognized that they disagree with that motion and or ruling. And then we will have a second, and after the second, we will do a vote. That way, I am not somebody who is a final judge. You are, okay? Because it could come up that there's something that people disagree with. I've gone through a lot of training on this, and I spent a lot of time reading the process. And so I've done my best, but again, the body rules, not me. There's only a few exceptions to that, but we probably won't get into that. Okay, the other thing is, in the past, somebody could holler out, move the question. That no longer is valid. What we will do is you have to be recognized during the process of debate. I would recognize somebody and they could then ask to move the question. If it's seconded, we will do a vote. It's a 2/3 vote, and there's no debate. There's a few items that when we go through, I will tell you if there's debate or no debate. I do have the chart with me. But again, that's just so that there can be an orderly meeting and you are in charge. I just follow that process, okay? Limiting debate, if somebody wants to make a motion to limit debate, that also can be done, but that is also a 2/3 vote, and there would be a motion to limit the debate to a certain time, and then a second, and then we could vote on that, and that could be done for each question if desired. Because it can get lengthy, but again, we like to have townspeople be able to speak. And so barring any motion, then we will go with the regular system that we've always followed. Okay. Please make sure that you've been recognized before we speak. We don't want everybody just hollering out stuff. You will speak through the moderator. So that basically just means please direct questions or comments through me. I will then seek the appropriate people who would like to speak to that. We're not in a courtroom where we're debating. We try to limit that to a question with a short follow-up. And then I will move to another person to give them an opportunity, but I can always come back to you as well. So if you have several questions, stick to your first question, maybe a short follow-up, and then we'll go to other people. And then once everybody's had a chance to do one time, I'll come back to you. I will do my best to do that, but I'm certainly not, above making a mistake. And so if it seems like I'm not doing a great job, don't be afraid to wave your hand a little more so I can see you. We have two people who are going to bring mics around. So when you raise your hand, I will recognize you. And then please wait for that person to bring a mic to you so we can all hear the question. And make sure you state your name prior to speaking. It's important. That's part of the process. In state law, we need to actually hear who you are. And again, you must be a town resident. You must have that card in your hand before I will call on you. Okay? All right. I'm gonna double check my stuff, make sure I covered all the rules. Voting methods, I do want to touch on that. During a debate, if somebody wants to propose a different method of voting, they can. There's certainly many, including secret ballot, split the hall. I will be using the default of raising the cards, like I said, and counting. And I may have to enlist our assistants to help with those counts, especially if you're in a situation where it's a 2/3 majority. I definitely will have them help with that. I'm just double checking my rules, make sure I covered them all. All right, I think I've covered all the main rules. As we go through, something might come up, and if I make a determination, I will explain it and what it is and why I'm ruling that way. And again, if you want, or somebody out there chooses to challenge that, we will recognize you, you challenge it, and state what the challenge is, and then we will get a second probably, and then do a vote, okay? But all right, we're gonna begin. Oh, before we begin, excuse me, barring any objections, we would like to allow up to 3 minutes for a non-resident guest to speak, Sharon Frost, who is our, what's that? Oh, you are a resident, I'm sorry. I thought you might have been from other town. I'm sorry. Resident, but we are deviating a little, so I need either a 2/3 majority or unanimous consent, which means barring any objections, we will allow her to speak for up to 3 minutes on legislative affairs. Seeing no objection, Sharon?
Good morning, everyone. I promise not to be very, very brief. First of all, I want to apologize. I will be leaving right after I get done speaking. Many of you know we lost a dear colleague in the House this month, and her service is up in Lincoln, starts at noon, so I will be shooting up 95. I just want to say that I know very well, so does everyone in the State House know, that times are tough and people are struggling. We are looking for solutions. And we have to all put our heads to the grindstone and try to find some. I'm working with actually some people, you know, in the town right now to find some paths forward and hoping to have some success with that. I'll say two more, but too much more on that, but that's basically what I'm here to say is, you know, we're working to find solutions. So that's it. Thanks so much and good luck today. Thanks, Darcy.
Okay, thank you. We are going to begin. We're going to start with Article 2. I will read the articles and then seek a motion to accept or approve that article. And then there will need to be a second. Assuming there's a second, I will then open it up for debate. Article 2. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Select Persons to act on the following. Vote to accept all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed and are not otherwise directed to the undesignated fund pursuant to 36 MRSA Section 506 to authorize the tax collector to accept prepayment of property taxes prior to the delivery of the tax commitment to the tax collector by the assessors without payment or interest. The select board recommendation was 5 yes with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have a first and a second. Any questions, comments, debate? Raise your hand. Bless you. Raise your hand and then I will have a microphone run to you. I do have a question over here. Whoever's running mics, just hold your hand up again so they can see it. I couldn't hear you. Wait for the mic, please. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Is this the point where we could make a motion to change something in the article?
In that article, if it's something that can be changed, yes, this would be where you would have an amendment. And someone can make an amendment, and then if there's a second, then we open up debate on that amendment.
Okay, so I could make an amendment now?
You can make an amendment, and I will decide if it's something that we can actually act on, but please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to ask.
Oh, and I'm sorry, you didn't state your name. I'm sorry, that was on me. Would you please state your name for for everyone?
Yeah, Calway. I'd like to just strike the first section to vote to accept the overdrafts and put them in the undesignated fund. I'd just like to strike that part of Article 2.
So could you repeat that though? Is that the whole section where it says vote to accept all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed and are not otherwise directed to the undesignated fund? Strike that?
Yes, I'd just like to take that out.
Do I have a second? There is a second, and there is debate on that type of an amendment. Do I have debate? Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, get the mic and pass it on. We have one mic for each table up here, so we're going to pass them back and forth. I'll allow comments, and I haven't made a ruling yet.
Yeah. Just for clarification, can you repeat what is it that we're striking off? Is it will be in the first sentence of Article 2, where it says vote to accept all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed, and stops there, and then from and on is going to be strike off. Is that correct? Is that the amendment?
Oh, I misunderstood so that I can understand. What you stated was not the entire part that I read as your amendment.
So the
Just
first.
the first black box there.
So this is what I understand, and I guess the moderator is gonna repeat it. What I understood was that in Article 2, the first black box, the whole sentence is good till we get to the and from the and forward, and are otherwise directed to the undesignated fund, that's gonna be striked.
It's not what I heard you say. So what I'm gonna do in this case, I'm gonna have you repeat your amendment, exactly word for word and which part, just so that we are all clear, okay? Because I understood it differently, but I want to make sure I understand.
I would like to strike the sentence that says, vote to accept all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed and are not otherwise directed to the undesignated fund from Article 2.
Okay, that's what I understood. So we had a second. Mary, I believe you had a comment down. Did you have a comment? Use the mic, please, just so everybody can hear it.
Okay. Not coming apart. Don't believe that you can change the intent of that article. There is no financials in there, but it changes the intent of the article itself. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so.
I also agree with Mary, and I'm gonna rule that the amendment to the article is not a valid amendment. And so I am gonna overrule that as not valid. Do I have a challenge? Seeing no challenge, we'll move on for continued discussion of Article 2. Do I have any other comments or questions? I do over here, right over here, Mike. And please make sure you state the name first, please.
George Seal, could you just refresh my memory on what the designated fund is used for and what expenditures come out of it?
Thank you. And who would like to speak to that up here? Go ahead.
The undesignated fund would be the quote undesignated or general fund. It would be the checking account. It holds 2 to 3 months worth of expenses for budgeting and for monthly bills that we pay out. There's no money that comes out of that unless it is authorized by voters at town meeting.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, we have one right here. Here's the mic. Go ahead and state your name too, please.
My name is Phil Lima. My question is, I see this mentioned twice, 36 MRSA subsection 506A. Could you just kind of elaborate on what that is for us newcomers who've never been?
Yes, that is a great question. I would like to know too. Who would like to speak to that particular question, please?
So the town cannot just accept prepayments on taxes. We actually have to have authorization. We used to just do this and we thought it was okay. We found out that we have to do it every year in order to collect taxes. We have people who pay in advance. It just makes it more convenient for them. So that's all that statute is.
Yes, and further comments, go ahead.
George, I also did not mention that undesignated or quote general funds, those are uncommitted funds. So they have not been given a purpose for a particular expense, like a capital project account would be set up by voters at town meeting and funded at town meeting for a particular purpose. So undesignated or general funds are not quote committed. Does
Okay.
that help? Okay.
Thank you for the comments. Additional, we have coming up here. Go ahead. And for the record, we should all appear also. I forgot to get it. Let's all state our names when we go to answer as well, please. I forgot to do that. I apologize.
Everybody's standing up, so I'm standing up for it too. So my name is,
Yeah, there you go. Just want to make sure.
my name is Sarah Langet. I am part of the budget committee. And in regards to unassigned, I'm actually overwhelmed to see how many people are here today, and this is a great thing. Yeah. It keeps us all in check, all right? And that's a wonderful thing. So that said, we host this group here, the 10 people here, we host an informational meeting on the 8th. And over on designating amount, which is about 3 million. So you guys know, back at that meeting, there was a sheet circulating about this, and I don't think we have it today. I'm not sure why we don't have it today, but in general, we have assigned funds are about 3 million, unassigned are about 3 million too. And there was a good flavor dialogue between myself and Mr. Wilson about this. I don't see Mr. Wilson here today, but we referred to a very well-crafted document from it's called the Government of Officers, Finance, Society or Agency, whatever it is. Anyways, I have copies of that document for anybody that wanted. That was used in the State House to determine what was appropriate for undesignated funds for school boards. And so I was part of that dialogue. And that document is very interesting. And the summary of that document is that it suggests that for municipalities, small municipalities specifically, to have a reserve of 3 to 6 months. So if something fall out, we can revert to that. And the total budget in a year that we have to pay is usually about 11 million, because in a year, when it's a full year, not 6 months, usually our operational budget is about 4. From the RSU is about 7.5. This year might be closer to 8 million. We're talking millions, okay? So we have some good math teachers here, and they're keeping those numbers in their head. So do the math. So 3 million unassigned is appropriate to keep in, all right? Especially because small municipalities have volatile revenue. What is the volatile revenue? The volatile revenue is the so-called excise tax. So if you have.
We're gonna need to wrap up because you're going into things that aren't
Okay.
germane to this article, so please wrap up, okay?
Last thing I will say, Bishop. So our excess tax is about 1 million or so. We also have some revenues from rec center and other places here, is another close to 1 million. So we have 2 million of internal revenue that is not taxed to you. So the excise tax is volatile, and that's why we need that good reserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments, questions germane to this article? I do have one. Actually, I'm gonna go back here first, just because we have some people who haven't had a chance to speak. In the back corner, please, microphone. And again, we're gonna try to keep it germane to this article, okay? Yeah, but I have in the back corner, do we have somebody with a mic? Who has the mics? There we go. All right. And just make sure you state your name, please. When it's working.
Samantha Grant. Could someone give us just a quick layman's scenario that exemplifies bullet number 1 in this article? Vote to accept all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed. And what does that mean?
And who would like to speak
And
to that?
Give me an example, or us an example. Thank
So
you.
she's looking for an explanation and maybe an example. Who would like to speak to the first bullet on Article 2, please? And state your name as well. Whoever's going to speak.
All right, I'm not sure I can speak to that.
Mary,
just
so everybody, we're going to keep it so everybody has to state their name.
Okay,
please.
Mary Bobo. So the overdrafts and balances is, my understanding is it's not out of the regular budget. It would be those things like the overlay. And that's mostly abatements, those kind of things. Not really sure, not prepared to answer that question. Becky Seal is, former MMA legal, and she may have a better explanation than I do.
I can ask if Becky would like to speak to that. Can we bring a mic over? Just raise your hand so somebody can see where you're at, who has the mic. And then if you don't mind, just state your name, and if you would like to speak to it, please do.
Yeah, Becky Seal, Belgrade. I view this article as basically the result of the audit that was done for the previous year, and the auditor lapses things to what I call surplus, and we call undesignated fund. So it's just to sort of square the books away for the next year, which is the one we're talking about right now. So it's hard to identify specific accounts without knowing where the auditor found overdrafts or excess, but that's basically the purpose of this article, is just to sort of get things to, to zero, I guess.
And I'm going to do one quick follow-up. As I said at the beginning, I'll allow quick follow-up questions if it's germane to your original question. Microphone to the back corner, please. And you've already stated your name. You don't need to state it again in the last 30 seconds.
So with that, those comments, does this mean that this is authorizing the Board of Select Persons to designate surpluses that were identified in the audit to different funds, or to existing funds, or to the general fund? Not clear on that part.
Okay, so who would like to speak specifically to that question? Would you like to speak to that question? Go ahead.
Basically, what that means is that whatever was not spent, it goes directly to undesignated. And what goes in that fund, unless the board comes back to all of us and asks to assign it, it cannot be touched. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna, actually, yeah, I did see a hand back there first, but then I'm gonna come over here, but go ahead in the back corner again. Raise your hand so the mic can get to you, and just please again state your name.
Craig Alexander. Do we have an idea of how much money this is?
And who would like to speak to that? I'm gonna see if somebody else. Nope, then you're it. Speak to it, please. And once the board up here and people on committee have said their name, I'm not gonna require it every single time, but their first time I do want them to state it for the record. So go ahead.
I will say it again, Sarah Lange. Because I guess people didn't hear what I said. I expressed that there were 3 million undesignated, and there are 3 million that are already designated. So that said, on the undesignated, I have recently a resident told me that's a big slush fund, and at least my interpretation of a slush fund in my house, it's a little account that I have away from my husband, and it's fat in, and whenever I need money, I go and grab it without asking my husband. So this is not a slush fund. This is a fund where what was not used during the year by law automatically gets scraped and put in that fund. And if the board needs to use it, or the town manager needs to use it, she has to go to the board have to come back to us, and once we vote on it, then it's used.
Did that answer the question though as to what the dollar amount was? I don't think it did. Specific, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were asking in this article about what amount of money does that represent? Did I hear the question? So Sarah, could you speak to that part of the question? With the mic.
I'm not sure that all the actuals are summed out together and put out for there. But last time we were reported, we were in the amount of 400,000 or so, close to half. Is that correct, Penny? Leftovers from last year? 266,000. So apparently we have, with that, the report that I read, that we have more, but since then some more have been paid off, and it's about a quarter. Can we say $250,000, Penny? Just about $250,000. The designated is about $250,000, 250,000, 260,000.
Yeah, 200.
I'm going to take the question, and wait, hold on one second. I want her to be able to answer that officially on the microphone. So we're going to go through the moderator, remember. Penny, would you be able to speak to that? And if you are speaking to it, please state your name, because I don't think you have yet for the town.
Penny Braley. The undesignated right now is 266,000.
Okay, thank you. So the question, I believe, has been answered. I think there was somebody over here and I thought I saw a hand. Oh, back row, back row, back row. There we go. And just make sure you state your name again, please. Or not again, but the first time.
My name is Lori Bopash. So you say vote to accept all overdrafts and balances. So what exactly is in the overdrafts and balances? Like, can you give examples?
And again, I think that was kind of discussed, but I'm not sure there was examples given. But either way.
There was.
Say that part again, please.
I think there was examples given.
Yeah, could somebody speak to that?
Mary Vogel, and one of those examples would be your supplemental taxes, which are unknown. For tree growth penalties, it would be, monies coming in over and above. And it's unknown, the tree growth penalties yearly. We had one this past year that was like $25,000. We don't know that we're gonna get those tree growth penalties until someone withdraws. So it's things, like that.
Okay, thank you. I have a question up front, please. Can I get a microphone up front? You're doing a good job, but we thank you. Thank you,
Help me,
Councilman.
Joel. So Article 21, requests that we have enough money in the undesignated fund to cover the first quarter of expenses. Is $260,000 in the undesignated fund, is that going to fulfill the requirement for Article 21?
So the question being posed, Penny, go ahead.
Yeah. I apologize, Melanie, that I should have said that was the undesignated as of
Did that answer,
2025.
oh, 2025, but did that answer your question or do you have a follow-up?
So at the end of 2025, we have $250,000 approximately in the undesignated fund. Article 21 says to see if the town will authorize the select board to use money from the undesignated fund to maintain operations at 2025 levels should the voters reject a departmental budget under this warrant. Is $250,000 or $260,000, have we fulfilled the requirement that we have to maintain those based on the 2025 warrant that was signed in March of 25? So does that $260,000 fulfill the requirement from 2025 that if this budget goes down today, that the town can maintain 2025 levels?
Posing that question, who would like to answer?
I'll answer, Lorna Nichols. I believe what Penny meant to say was that the 266,000 for 2025 is the amount that was unexpended to go to undesignated or general fund. As of January 6th, the undesignated fund balance was $3,206,644.10. So the $266,000 unexpended for 25 would be added to that.
All right, I'm gonna look for other questions, comments, and we're coming back here, and just wait for the mic. Go ahead.
Tom Dowd, just to educate everyone, the 2024 audited financial statements said that the town of Belgrade had $6.7 million in cash and cash equivalents. Could we please hear how much Belgrade has in that amount as of the end of 2025?
And I do find that is germane to this topic, and please, Lorna, go ahead.
So the town has special revenue accounts. A lot of those are library accounts and capital projects accounts. Those amount to $3,046,000. The undesignated would be the other $3 million. So that gives you that 6 million figure.
I'm asking what the cash and cash equivalents are. Do you know what's in the bank?
And again, you're directing through the moderator, of course. And so
Can you
repeat that
please-
question as your one follow-up for now, and then I can come back. But go ahead and state it, please.
Can you please answer the question, how much is in the bank accounts?
Okay, and the question's posed. Go ahead, Lorna.
So we have special revenue accounts and capital projects accounts, which are in Northeast Bank, which amount to just over $3 million. We also have undesignated funds or general funds, uncommitted funds in the amount of just over 3 million. So that gives you a total of just over $6 million, which I think is the figure that you used.
Okay, and I'm gonna look before we come back just to see if there's any other questions and comments, because remember I said we'll do one question, one follow-up. I do have one up here. Just wait for the mic though. Mic down. I could do my mic. Here we go.
Barbara Allen. I think that we're getting away from the purpose of this article. This is pretty much a pro forma article that we have on every town warrant that we're not talking about expenditures here. We're talking about accepting overdrafts and balances that have lapsed. As Becky said, this would be items from the previous fiscal year. So we're talking about accepting money that the town is authorized to accept into, and it are not otherwise directed. We're talking about accepting these into the undesignated fund unless they're directed to go someplace else. So I think the language isn't entirely clear. But we're not talking about expenditures here. We're talking about accepting money that is due to the town.
Thank you. And up front here.
Tom Strisnevsky, with all due respect to people, we all want to understand exactly what's going on. We're 45 minutes into the meeting. We haven't gotten past the first question. Might I respectfully ask that we move the question?
Then I would need a second. Do I have a second to move the question? I have a second. This is going to require a 2/3 vote. I'm going to ask my clerks, all those in favor of moving the question, please raise your card. And I'm going to ask the clerks to do a count because we have to record this for the record. And there is no debate on this particular type of motion, FYI. Unfortunately, the new rules require that I do a count and an actual record. Keep your hands up, please. Okay, all right. So you can put your hands down. Now we have 234 to move the question. All those who do not want to move the question, please raise your card. Seeing none, the question has been moved to 0. Sorry about that, folks. I'm just trying to follow the rules. We'll move on to the actual vote. I'm going to read it one more time just to make sure everybody's clear. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Select Person to act on the following: vote to accept all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed and are not otherwise directed to the undesignated fund pursuant to 36 MRSA Section 506, to authorize the tax collector to accept prepayment of property taxes prior to the delivery of the tax commitment to the tax collector by the assessors without payment of interest. All those in favor? All those against? Motion passes. Article passes, excuse me. All right, moving on. Article 3. Shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Select Persons or their designee to negotiate and the board to enter into multi-year contracts on behalf of the town and to extend existing contracts found to be in the best interest of the town of Belgrade? Do I have a motion? I have a first. Do I have a second? I do. Discussion. And we're going to try to keep it germane to the actual. Mary, I'm sorry, are you looking for something? I am on Article 3. Are you all set? Okay, discussion as she's looking up. I have one in the back. We get a mic to the back row, please. Keep your card up so she can find you. Thank you, Kelsey. She's making your way to you. And again, we'll try to keep the comments, questions germane to that article.
Germane to the article, multi-year contracts. Which contracts are you talking?
And do I have somebody who would like to speak to that, please? Go ahead, Lorna.
It may not be any particular contract, but one that would come before the board, such as the, solid waste is multi-year. We just discussed at the select board meeting extending our winter maintenance contract because Cummings and Sons is doing an awesome job for us. We also have plumbing, we have electrical, we have a tree provider, cutting trees, not a tree provider. We have several contracts, so the board would be able to extend those contracts for additional years if they found that to be in the best interest of the town.
Thank you. Do I have other comments and questions? I do up here. Oh, here.
Barbara Allen. This is, again, this is an article that is on every year because we need to have the authorization from the legislative body, the town meeting, to negotiate multi-year contracts. And as Lorna said, one of the most, I think, telling examples is the winter snow plowing. And we are looking at extending, we have a 3-year contract, we're looking at extending it for another 2 years so that our snowplow providers can get the equipment they need to continue doing the great job that they've been doing.
Thank you. And Lorna, go ahead.
I just wanted to have one more comment. Without this article, the board only has authority to enter into a 1-year contract. They cannot enter into anything more than that. So this is a good article to have.
Thank you. I have up here, please. Keep your hand up just so she saw you. Go ahead.
Thank you. George Seal. I just want to make sure I understand with regard to new contracts. This authorizes the select board to negotiate them, but not to expend funds for the payment of those contracts. Is that correct?
And who would like to speak to that, Lorna?
Expenses are listed each year at town meetings, so voters would have to vote each year. You're absolutely right, George, to expend those funds.
Okay. Other comments and questions on Article 3? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving Article 3, raise your card. All those opposed? Article 3 is approved. Article 4. Shall the town fix the date when the property taxes shall be due as April 3rd, 2026, and establish a delinquency rate of 7.5% on taxes paid after that date? Do I have a motion to accept? I do. I have a motion to accept, and I have a second. Discussion. I saw your hand first over here. Can we get a mic over here, please? And then we'll go to the back.
Can you please say what is the lowest amount that the town is allowed to charge for delinquent taxes? And what is the highest amount, and why you are increasing this from 6% to 7.5% this year for delinquency?
And who would like to speak? I think, Mary, are you raising to speak to that? Go ahead. Can you just pass the mic down to her, please?
Sure. So initially, we put in the 7.5% because that's what the state treasurer recommends. That is the maximum amount, but for 2026, they actually reduced the amount down to 7%. And the lowest, we have to stay within 3% according to the state treasurer's office.
Thank you. And I did, in the crowd, because I lose track of who's who, what was your name again, please? Could you just hand the mic so I get the name for the, sorry.
Carol Carruthers.
All right. Thank you, Carol. Apologize. I did see a hand, I think somewhere back here. Yeah, please go ahead in the back, and then I'll come up front.
Why do we need to increase this? Why can't it stay the same?
And Mary, would you like to speak to that? Go ahead, get the mic though.
So it is the board's choice to increase it. And I was just looking to see what it was for last year because I'm not sure. I thought it was in the 7% for last year. So hold on just a moment, please. And I'm sorry, I'm not prepared.
And while she looks that up, I forgot, neglected to mention, the select board recommendation was 5 yes with no no's. I failed to mention that. Go ahead.
Okay, so last year, and we have been doing this for a number of years, it was, the interest rate was set at 1% higher than the TAN note that we took out. Yeah, it was 6.2. So this is the state treasurer's recommendation. Can I make an amendment?
We can. I will accept amendments on Article 5 as to rate decreases but not increases.
Right, and I'm going to make an amendment to decrease what's currently in there at 7.5 down to 7%.
Do I have a second on that? I have a second, and I can open that up for discussion to decrease. What was the decreased rate to again? 7%. So the amendment is to decrease from 7.5 to 7%. Questions, comments on the amendment? I have some in the back. We'll go to someone I don't think has spoken yet in the very back, please. And just state your name.
Hi, Lisa Gagny, Siniendo. Why can't we just keep it the same with all the increasing tax increases in the state? Why can't we just keep it?
I
We
will
already have
accept
reserves.
one more degree of an amendment. I can't go third degree, but I can accept a amendment to the amendment. And you're welcome to make that. If there's a
I'm gonna
second,
do that.
you just say, I would like to make an amendment to the amendment.
I want to make an amendment to the amendment,
And
not to
state,
increase.
well, state a percentage to what you want it to be.
I want to keep it the same as it was last year.
What was that though, just to be, it was 6.2. Is that
6.2, yeah, I don't want 7.5, I want 6.2.
6.2? So I have an amendment to the amendment. Do I have a second on the amendment to the amendment? I do. So the amendment to the amendment, comments, questions on that? I have one right here.
George Seal, what's the fiscal impact? If I understood you say earlier, that would be below what the rate that the town has to borrow money at.
And Lorna, would you like to answer that one? Or Penny? Do you have anybody who would like to try to answer it? Thank you.
We aren't borrowing. We're not doing a TAN or anything this year, George. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, follow up. Go ahead, George. You can do a follow up to your question.
I wasn't really asking whether we were borrowing money, but at what rate the town has borrowed money in the past. And I thought I heard a statement to the effect that this would be less interest than what the town would have to pay if it did borrow money.
So our TN rate last year was 5.2%, and the board voted to set this number last year at 1% above the TN rate. So it ended up at 6.2%, because the TN rate was 5.2, but we haven't borrowed anything this year for any current rates.
Okay, other questions, comments to the amendment to the amendment? I have one up front first. We haven't had, this person hasn't spoken yet. Just state your name and go ahead.
Yes, Jeff Bickford. The 7.5 or 6.2 seems pretty excessive for people who are struggling to pay their property taxes anyway. I would like to suggest 3%.
I can't do a third degree amendment. We're already in second degree. So that's by statute, not by my choice. So the only thing you can do at this point is vote down that amendments, and then we get back to the original question. A new amendment can be made. We're back in the first degree at that point. So right now, the only thing we can do is comment on the amendment to the amendment, which is to have a 6.2% rate. But that doesn't mean we can't come back around once we get done with this part, okay? I don't want to discourage people from being involved. I'm going to make sure I do my best to follow those rules. But again, comments, questions on the amendment to the amendment. Seeing, oh, I got one in the back. Go ahead. Well, wait for a mic, please.
Are you saying we could even lower it below the 6.2?
Not at this point. This point, we were already second degree amendments. So we've got to finish this part first. But when I get back to the original amended question, I will accept a new amendment at that time. But I can't do it now because we're already in second degree. I can't go third degree. Up front, please. And then we can go in back.
Melanie Jewell. So the why the town charges interest on taxes that haven't been paid. We all get our book, we all go to the back, we all look to see who hasn't paid their taxes. None of us wants our name in the book. The town does offer payment plans, there's other things that you can do. So the full reason for charging an interest over and above is to encourage folks to pay their taxes on time. Because if we don't pay our taxes on time, the money that the town relies on to fulfill your budget requests doesn't always come in. So the impetus is there to get it paid on time. It was never the board's intention to make it so detrimental that folks couldn't ever catch up. So that was why, as when I was on the board, that's why we set the 1% over the TAN. It needed to be reasonable, but we did think at the time that the state's amount and this year's 7.5, that was an unreasonable amount. So I wholeheartedly agree with reducing it some, but we also want, there's a lot of folks that are consistently, there's a lot of businesses that, you know, haven't paid on time. Those are the folks that probably can swing it. So if there's an impetus for them to do so, that's why there is that interest charge.
Thank you. I think there was somebody in back. I saw it. No. Do I have any other questions, comments? So we're going to be voting now on the amendment to the amendment, which is to reduce the interest rate to 6.2%. And then if that's approved or not approved, we'll act beyond that. So this is the 6.2%. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment signify by raising your card. Those opposed? The amendment to the amendment passes. So now we're back to the amendment, which is striking the 7.5 and bringing in 6.2% on the original article. Any questions, comments on that? I do have one over here.
So in the next article, I noticed that if we pay late, we pay 6% or 7.5%. But if you guys screw up, the rate is 4%. That doesn't seem fair to me. I'm not going to be supporting this.
And that is a fair comment, but as a clarification, I'm your moderator. I'm just running the meeting. So even though you did the right thing by directing the comments and questions through the moderator, I am just your moderator. Okay, further questions and or comments on the original article? Yes, please.
I'd like some further explanation to what Carol just said about the 4%.
We will have to do that on a different article. It's not germane to this question. She's discussing the next one, and then you can, okay? That's the next article. We're going to stick to this article as amended.
Tom Dowd, I think the bigger question here is when the voters of Belgrade voted to change the fiscal year, who amongst us was told that other than that it would be easier for town government, that they would move your tax payment from September to April? So that's the bigger question here and why I do not plan to vote yes on this article. Belgrade recently calculated that they had over $800,000 favorable tax collections and expenses on taxes collected of roughly 2.7 million in 2025. They have roughly 6.5 million in cash. They have 49 cookie jars with reserves, including $10,000 for the Dalton property that was torn down.
Let's make sure we keep it germane to this, if we could, please.
The point is, Belgrade historically can manage through September without sending out your property tax bills. Nothing has changed. The bills are still coming in the same way. There's still 6.5 million sitting in the bank accounts. The only thing this is doing is putting more money in Northeast Bank, collecting interest on the behalf of the town of Belgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments and questions to the amended article, which I will read in full before we vote, but I do have one in the back. Go ahead.
I agree with him.
Okay.
I think it should stay in October. I think it is. We have tours, we have businesses that are.
Just state your name because everybody can't
Lori-
see that you're the same. You spoke.
Gokash.
Yeah, thank you.
I agree. We have tourist people, tourist business here, and they can't afford to pay in April, but they can afford to pay afterwards, after the summer, because that's when they make their money.
Thank you. Other comments and questions on the amended article? I have two up front. I started here with Barbara just because I saw your hand, then we'll go to you.
The April payment is 1/2 of what will be the tax. The April payment is strictly for this first 6 months. Going forward with the new fiscal year, as of July 1, we will have 2 tax payments a year. We'll have a payment in April and we'll have a payment in October. And so we're hoping that that helps taxpayers so that all the taxes are not due at one time and that people can plan for two tax payments, or you can work out with the town office a monthly payment or anything else that suits your budget.
Thank you. Lorna, go ahead.
So I was just going to reiterate what Barbara just spoke about. I also wanted to clarify that the revenues were about 400,000 more than what we expected for 25, and we're down to 266 on the difference for expenses for 2025, so it's not an $800,000 figure. I would also like to reiterate that we have special revenue accounts and capital projects accounts. Those are committed funds, so that means that the town cannot spend them for anything other than what they were set up for at town meeting by voters. Those amount to just over $3 million. Those are included in the Northeast Bank account. The other 3 million in the Northeast Bank account would be the undesignated or general or uncommitted funds. The town still does not have any authority to expend those unless they bring it to you at town meeting and you approve that. So there is $6 million, but it's not just cash that the town can spend nilly-willy.
Thank you. Other questions up here? Go ahead, Sarah.
Just reminding what I said before in regards to that document that is put out by the governing officers, finance officers of society. I can forget the full name of it. Now, that association recommends 3 to 6 months of savings in case something happened in the municipality. And that's the same creed that our own auditors give us. So we are following guidance from people that have expertise in this matter.
I want to make sure we keep comments and questions germane to this article, which is setting the interest rate, if any, if approved, for property taxes that are delinquent. So let's stick to that. We do have somebody new. Let's bring the mic over here if we could, please. And just make sure you state your name, please.
Bart Langette, I'd like to move the question.
So I'm going to do a little different method. I can do unanimous consent and rather than the actual count, but first I need a second. Do I have a second? I do have a second. So the way the unanimous consent works, like I did earlier in the meeting, I'll say barring any objection. If there is an objection, we'll go to the count. Do I have any objection to moving the question? If so, state it now or show your card. I do. So we're going to go to a vote. So those all in favor of moving the question, please raise your cards. And could I have my clerk folks help do a count, please? I'm going to win. Okay, you can put your hands down. Let me just total that real quick and then I'll ask for those against. All those not in favor of moving the question, please raise your cards. Raise them high, please. I forgot to mention that. The clerks have asked that we raise them high. That's what I got. No, yeah, so that's what I got. So 9 and 1. Yep, 10. Thank you. Okay, the vote is 207 to move the question, 10 to not. We're moving the question. I'm going to read the amended article, just so we're all clear. Shall the town fix the date when the property taxes shall be due as April 3rd, 2026 and establish a delinquency rate of 6.2% on taxes paid after the date? Those in favor of Article 4, please raise your card. Nice and high. Those against, please raise your cards. Nice and high. Article 4 passes. Okay, moving on. Article 5, to see if the town will vote pursuant to 36 MRS Chapter 506A to set an interest rate of 4% to be paid on overpaid or abated taxes. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve Article 5. Do I have a second? I have a second. We will open that to discussion. And I believe we did have a question earlier, so this might be germane to that, but please go ahead after you state your name again.
Carol Carruthers, I'd like to propose an amendment and change that number to 6.2%.
Hang on for 1 second. Let me think about that for a second. To set it to 6%, that's spending money. I'm gonna rule that out of order. If there's an objection, we will do a vote. We can't increase a cost like that. We can decrease for sure. And there's no challenge, so we'll continue on with questions and or comments, please. Oh, yes, sorry, thank you.
I'm Steph Barrett, and given that I wasn't acknowledged by the moderator in the debate of the last article, I do want to offer an amendment that we set a penalty rate of tax errors, either overpayments or underpayments, that is equal.
I'm not sure I understand the amendment to this article.
This article.
And if I missed you last time, I apologize. I do my best. But so read what you would want it to be, just so I'm clear.
So to amend article reads that we would match if there is an overpayment or an underpayment on a tax error or otherwise, that the penalty interest rate would match.
I can't change the past article and you can't increase this one here. You could decrease Article 5. So I'm going to rule that out of order. Any challenge? Seeing no challenge, we have a question in the back corner, please. And again, if I'm missing somebody, don't be afraid. I know I said raise hands, but if I haven't called on you, I've missed you, you can speak up and I'll do my best to make sure I acknowledge you, okay? Go ahead.
I also got missed last time. But to move on,
And again, I thought I got you, you're over here, right?
someone did a move before I was able to talk, but
Well,
it's okay.
If that happens, if somebody makes a movement, I can't go back and do any questions or anything.
Okay.
Even then, I can't do it. I have to go right to the vote, or in this case, the, unanimous consent or the vote. But go ahead.
What does 36 MRS 506A mean?
And would we have somebody who would like to speak to that, please? I think we got somebody looking it up. Would you like to do that? Penny, would you state your name and get the mic, please?
Penny Morel, that's Maine Revised Statutes, it's state law. And the little gizmo is section 506A, I believe.
All right, any other questions, comments? Yes, we have one right in the back.
Doug White. I was just curious what the timeline is on that overpayment. If I went in on the 3rd and overpaid you, do I get 4% if I come back in and get my money on the 5th?
Question for up here? Or on this side? Do I have anybody who would like to comment on that? Yes, please go ahead.
So if you came in and overpaid, I'm not sure how you would do that. Sometimes we do get checks. It's cut immediately back if it comes in before the due date and everything. But usually our clerks are very good out front. They're taking the money and we're cutting a check back as soon as we possibly can, or we're notifying the taxpayer, and there is an option through the article, I believe it was Article 2, to put the money towards a prepayment for the upcoming year.
Follow-up question, go ahead. That's okay, go ahead.
So who would you generally make that payment to?
Mary?
We would make it to whoever paid. If it was your mortgage company's getting it. If you paid it directly, you're getting the money. We have to pay it back to the individual that paid the amount. And then if there is an issue between the two, then it's between the taxpayer and the mortgage company.
Okay, we have a question right there. Go ahead.
Shelby Hewitt. So is the mortgage company gonna get the 4%?
Mary,
where
would you,
does that
or
go?
Penny, or whoever would like to comment? And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have a follow-up to that? I'm sorry, I cut you off, but you were just,
Where's the 4% go?
in a case, I think you said if the mortgage company got it.
Who gets the 4%?
All right.
So usually the mortgage companies, actually, they have a vested interest. So we get list upon list and we write down those amounts They contact us, we upload our information to them. More often than not, we are not being overpaid by the mortgage company because they're not paying more than what's owed on that account. If there is an issue, we do get in touch with them and let them know in advance, and we send that check back to them.
Okay, thank you. And we go, Ray, oh, you go back there first? Yeah, she hasn't spoken. Go ahead, go to the back corner, and then we'll come up in the middle.
Hi, my name is Tasha Grady, and I obviously did not allot enough time in my schedule to do all of this, because we have 25 articles, but I still would like to vote on all of them. Is there any way that I can do that and still, I have to stay?
I'm sorry, they have to be in person as we go through them.
I can't make a motion to make.
Cannot. You can make a motion to adjourn. That's always in order.
I have to go, but I would like to vote on the other article.
Unfortunately, you cannot. This is, this has to be done as we work through each article. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question, though. That I can answer. By the way, I will speak to certain things like that. We're gonna stick in the back corner still. There's one more.
Hi, Amanda Martin. I just have a point of information question. For anyone who was interested in potentially increasing the 4%, when would be the appropriate time to make that motion, vote on it, etc.?
We have to do all articles that have been placed in the warrant cannot be increased at all, period, by statute. You'd have to bring it up to the board and get it on the next time to vote and get it in the warrant. Because basically the warrant is there to quote unquote warn the town residents that so much money might be spent and other things before the town. You can decrease it, but somebody who doesn't come in knows that, well, this is the max. It's not going to go over that. It could be less, and they're not going to be unhappy about less, but they don't want things to be more, kind of like that. So it would have to be on the warrant. We can't amend up. We can certainly amend down. And I'm going to stick with this corner over here, and then I'll work my way through, make sure we come back, okay? For sure.
Mike Saxel, another point of order. So if we defeat the pending warrant and it goes down, can we then move reconsideration of the previous warrant?
There's previous questions that can be brought back up with a 2/3 majority, but you still wouldn't be able to change that. So you couldn't go up from that, though.
I understand you can't go up, but my neighbor's point is you could reconsider it, put an amendment in to say that decrease even further the penalty on taxpayers and make it 4% on both sides of the ledger if you wanted to. Could you do that?
There would be a way to decrease that one article, but you'd have to address each article, and there is a reconsideration. I would definitely take a moment if there was to read that piece of legislation, but there is process for addressing previous questions. But each article has to be its own, and you have to address it as its own, meaning you could decrease something, but you couldn't make it reliant on another article.
No, but you could decrease the interest rate paid by a taxpayer, and you could decrease the interest paid by the town.
That could be possible, and you could address that first step now, could be decreased now. You can decrease what the town has to pay because that's not an expenditure increasing, it's decreasing. That rate could be done now, but to further clarify that, I would take a moment and read the articles that we have to follow. But there is a previous question that can be brought up, and I'd want to double check the rules on that. It would take just a moment. But let's address the one we're on now, because that could be decreased now, right? That's an article that can be approved, or amendment, I should say. We're going to work our way this way, but first we had George had his hand up, I believe, much earlier.
George Seal, I'm just curious. I, for one, would love to earn 4% on my savings in the Maine State Credit Union. So having said that, is there a problem with people essentially investing their money by overpaying their property taxes to earn the 4% interest?
Comments, questions from up here? Do I have somebody who would like to comment or question on that process and how that would work?
Okay, I would be surprised, George, but anyway. No, so this 4% that is abated back, It's usually most often for assessing errors. The assessor made an error in your assessment on your home. And so what he would do would be to abate back a certain percentage plus the interest. We're not too often returning people's money with interest on just regular tax payments. We usually just cut that, within a week or two and send the check right out. It would be a lot of extra and cumbersome work for our treasurers. But pretty much this is for errors in assessments, these abatements.
Okay, we're gonna continue on over here. We'll go up here, yeah. And then I'll come up here to the front, and then I'll look out here because it's been a little while.
Okay, so folks asked what was being referenced with the MRS, which is main revised statutes. This particular one
Mike might
is,
not be on. We check her mic, please. Oh, it is, okay.
okay,
There
so
it is.
this particular one, which is MRS 506 subsection 506-A, is the overpayment of taxes. Except as provided in section 506, a taxpayer who pays an amount in excess of that finally assessed must be repaid the amount of the overpayment plus interest from the date of overpayment at a rate to be established by the municipality. The rate of interest may not exceed the interest rate established by the municipality for delinquent taxes, nor may it be less than the rate reduced by 4 percentage points. If a municipality fails to establish a rate of interest for overpayments of taxes, it shall pay interest at the rate it has established for delinquent taxes. So as I read the law, my understanding, Christian, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I may not be able to.
If what folks are looking for is an even in, even out, then we defeat Article 4. The town then has not established that. And by default, the interest rate on overpayment would be equal to the 6.2 that was established for the late payments.
Thank you for the comments. I can't comment on that law, but I can comment that the article certainly can be defeated, no question. Also, I want to make a point of order to answer a question. I did a little research in between here. The rules have changed on page 24 of the moderator manual. We cannot go back and address an old question. The previous question is actually speaking to the current question on file, so we cannot go back, just so you know. But good point, and people can take that for what they want. I'm not going to interpret the law, but I am going to come up here. I think, Sarah, you've had your hand up for quite a while, and then I'll come back out over this side for anybody who has questions and comments. Oh, Jillian, you haven't spoken yet. Go ahead, please. And the mic, can we get the mic? And just state your name for everybody. I know it's on the front, but just the one time at least.
Jillian Reel on the Budget Committee. I would move this to a vote, given what we just discussed about the default statute. It seems as though we can achieve the articulated goals of having equality between the two situations if we move this to a vote and it is defeated. And so I would move that we go forward with that.
Are you making a motion to end debate?
Yes.
So
What's
do
the
I have
question?
so it's moving the question, ending debate. Now, just so everybody's clear, I do not go and look at people who've already had their hands up at that point. I must follow the rules, and the rules state, I look for a second. Is there a second? There is a second. Now, I will ask for unanimous consent. That is okay, or we will go to a vote. So I'll first start with unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving the question? So moved. I will now read the question again, and then we'll vote. Excuse me. Article 5, to see if the town will vote pursuant to 36 MRS 506A to set an interest rate of 4% to be paid on overpaid or abated taxes. Select board recommendations, yes 5, no no's. All those in favor, please raise your card. All those against, please raise your card. Motion carries. Article is approved. You may, and to challenge, I just need a second on a challenge. Excuse me, not a second. I'm sorry, that one has changed. That's the one where I just need 7. I just need 7 townspeople, excuse me. This one, it's 7 townspeople to raise their card, and that is the challenge. I got 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got enough for a challenge. So now we're just going to go to account. That's the first level, and the count will be done with the clerks as before. So would all those in favor of the article to be approved, please raise your card. Can I get my clerks to help do a count, please? And we'll record the count on this one, of course. Just make sure you keep those cards nice and high. Make sure you raise the cards, please, nice and high. I know it's takes a minute, please. Want to make sure everybody gets counted. I have 136 yes. May those who want to vote against or no, please raise your cards, nice and high. And again, can we have a count? Because we have to record it. Up nice and high. Article 5, we have 136 in the affirmative and we have 61 in the negative. Article 5 passes. Okay, Article 6, to see if the town will appropriate estimated revenues in the amount of $1,102,182 from the following sources to reduce property tax commitment. I'm only going to read the actual request, not the prior. Vehicle excise tax, $820,604. Boat excise tax, $6,000. Interest on taxes, $9,500. Agent fees, $15,000. Cable franchise fees, $45,422. Municipal revenue sharing, $175,656. Interest income, $30,000. Select board recommendation, 5 yes with no no's. Budget committee recommendation was 6 yeses with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve Article 5. Any second? I got a second. Discussion. I do have one question over here. Can we get a mic, please, or comments?
Wendy Dyer. I just want to, my question is, comparing to the 6 months from 2025, are they the same 6 months as what the 2026 6-month period is proposed? Like, is it the first 6 months of the year compared to the first 6 months of this year?
All right. Would somebody up here like to speak to that, please, Lorna?
Yes, the 2025 actual 6 months figures that you see in that first column are January through June. So they would apply to this budget, which would be January to June. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to stick just in this area. Can we get a mic over here? And then I'll move to other areas. And just make sure you state your name. when it comes. There you go.
Yes, Phil Lima, on the excise tax line for the requesting 6 months, do we really believe that with the increased price of vehicles and the value of vehicles, that we'll receive less vehicle excise tax the first 6 months than we normally do? I mean, I know that my vehicle is now worth, to buy a new one last year. It's more than it was for the one vehicle I had before that. So I'm just wondering, do we really anticipate that number to be that low, considering it was $20,000 more in 2025?
And would we have somebody up front who would like to speak to that? Would you like to speak to that, owner, please?
Sure. It's an unknown, so we are being conservative, and that is the number that the select board chose.
You can do a follow-up question. If you could say, get a mic going. Yeah, there we go. It's coming behind you. It's coming.
Well, the follow-up question goes back to something you stated earlier. These values that we received in the mail, these are the low end. I think, or the
I
high
didn't
end,
state
rather.
that. I didn't state that. I think somebody else did.
Someone else mentioned that that's the high value. But if we're only allowing the vote to proceed for $1,102,000 and that value for excise tax goes up, we can't touch that. That will then have to roll over into the general fund. Is that correct?
And the question posed up front, please. Would somebody on the table like to answer that on either side? I think we're going over here first, and I can come back over to you, Sarah.
Yes, Phil, the excess would run into the undesignated. Okay.
And Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, the requested is only 3% less, just for the record.
Okay, and then further question, I got one in the back over here. Can somebody get a mic in the back corner?
I'm gonna pay my boat excise tax this year, so it was 7,000 from January through June and 6,000 from January to June for budget. So I'm not sure why you're decreasing. I mean, why don't we just equal it?
And comments from up front here, please, to address the question.
Again, that's an unknown, and also I have a note on that boat excise tax that 50% of that goes to the water quality fund. So I think that the board also took that into consideration when they chose the number for the budget.
Okay, did you have a follow-up to that part? Did you have a follow-up? No, I mean, you don't have to.
I still don't understand it, because it was 7,000 to 6,000.
And do we have further comment up front? I do over here. Barbara's gonna attempt that answer.
As Lorna said, we tend to estimate income conservatively because it is an unknown. And so I don't know that we did an exact formula, but it's, you know, we would not budget 100% of income for the next year, because we just don't know that we're going to get that. And while new cars, excise tax goes up, some of us have old cars, and we may not be replacing them, and our excise tax payment goes down. So there are a lot of unknowns as far as figuring the income.
Thank you. Mary, did you have further comment? Okay. And Sarah, did you have comment? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna move to other folks for questions. Up here in the front, go ahead, where the mic gets to you.
Hi, Mike Gregor Stoko. I make a motion that we increase the amount 2026 request to 1,134,346.92.
So when it's not an expenditure, we're not actually spending money on here. It's just an acceptance. I have no problem with an amendment to accept, but I would ask when you give a general amount, unfortunately, it was in the article. When I say unfortunate, it's not unfortunate. It states from the following sources. So you have to specify in each source, or you could say something that using the 2025 actual. It's your amendment. You can word it how you would like, but you would, if you just do a total amount, the article speaks to specifics.
Okay, so I amend my amendment to.
Well, it's just your amendment still. It's okay.
2026 request for 6 months equals the 2025 actual for 6 months, each line item matching.
That I think is good, but do I have a second? I do have, I do, now that I have a second, I will repeat it, absolutely. So you tell me if I got it wrong, though. To see if the town will appropriate estimated revenues in the amount of $1,134,346.92 from the following sources to reduce the property tax commitment, but those sources are the same one in 2025. If you'd like, I will read those, but if you have the chart there in front of you. Does that make sense? So I have the motion to amend on the table. Now we'll open it for discussion. There is a gentleman in the back. Can we get a microphone in the back, please? This is on the amendment.
Josh, Hannah, can somebody up front speak to what will happen if we don't hit the amount that was just submitted? And where the additional funds would come in if we overestimate? Where would they come from?
All right, Mary, can we get the mic to Mary, please?
So that shortfall will actually have to come out of the undesignated. So we would go back to Article 2. And so if we fall short, that money would have to come out of the undesignated. So I think, it's a good thing that the board remains conservative. We have a lot of exemptions that have come forward for excise tax, the boat excise tax. We never know what we're going to get because it depends on the year. If it's a good spring, people are in to register their boats. If it's not a good spring, we're not going to see them till June or July. There's a lot of play with the numbers there. So.
Thank you, Mary. We can do a follow-up to your question.
Yeah, and just a quick follow-up, if we start spending out of the undesignated fund, I'm assuming next year, we're gonna see a smaller number, which covers less of a percentage of our budget, and then we're gonna have to vote to increase that fund. So we're gonna be spending more and then spending more. So I would vote to not do that.
Thank you for the comments. I don't believe there was a question. I'm gonna go over here first, and then I'm gonna come over here. Right over here in front.
Tom Strzezinski, this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 word in is estimated. Okay. 2025, the first 6 months have happened. We know what came in to the penny as it's listed here. We don't know what's come in January through June of 2026 because 5 months of it haven't happened. And if the meeting keeps going on, maybe it'll only be 4 months. But all of that said, we're talking $32,000 out of $1 million on a guess. Okay, and it's a conservative guess. It's like 98% there. And with that said, again, may I please respectfully ask that we move the question? Thank you.
If we're gonna have move the question, do I have a second? I do. I'm gonna try the unanimous consent. Remember, I can't go back to people once that's been made and I have a second, which I do. So I'm sorry if you had your hand up. But do I have unanimous consent to move the question? Actually, I'm going to ask it this way. Is there any objection for me to move the question? Seeing no objection, we're going to move back to the question, which is the actual amendment, not the formal question. And the amendment is to see if the town will appropriate estimated revenues in the amount of $1,134,346.92 from the following sources to reduce the property tax commitment. And it's using the 2025 column to add up to that. All those in favor of the amendment, remember that's the amendment, raise your cards. Those against the amendment does not carry. Back to the original article, which now we can go back to questions, and I've got one right over here. Do I have a second on moving that article? I do. I will attempt using the unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving the Article 6 question? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 6, raise your card. Those against? Article 6 passes. Article 7, to see if the town will appropriate $5,500 from plumbing fees, $4,700 from building permits, and will raise and appropriate from taxation $419,364 from municipal operations and administrative activities to include select board, board of appeals, general administration, town manager, code enforcement, planning board, hearings and elections, and historian. Select board recommendation 5 yes, no no's. Budget committee recommendation 6 yeses with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have a motion, a second. I do. Discussion. I do in the back first, and then I'll come over here.
Can you just clarify, administration, like, who's getting the increase?
So, question for upfront, either on committee or board or manager. Somebody want to comment?
General government includes town clerk, deputy clerks, treasurer, town manager, code enforcement officer, clerks for elections, our historian. Now, those are all wage increases. We also have health insurance increase and dental insurance increase.
All right, I saw somebody over here first. I forget who it was. Yes, over here in the. Chelsea's right behind you. I'm sorry, what's that?
I move the question.
Do I have a second on moving the question? I do. I'm going to use unanimous consent if it works. So is there any objection to moving the question? I do have an objection. All those in favor of moving the objection, please raise your card. Can I have my clerk's count, please? Wait, what? What'd I do? I'm sorry. I'm getting punchy. It's getting late. Let me go back for one step. We had to move the question, and I'm going to repeat it. Do I have unanimous consent through a negative, which is there any objection to moving the question? That's what I meant. I'm sorry. There is no objection. Oh, there is objection. Okay. So we do have an objection, which means now we will just go to the vote. That's all. And so I'll make sure I word it correctly. All those in favor of moving the question, please raise your cards. There we go. I got it right. And we're going to do a count, please, clerks. Make sure you keep the cards nice and high, please. I'm going to keep them up until the full count is done. Just a moment. Okay, I got that count. Thank you. Those who are against moving the question, please raise your cards and do a count, please. Remember, this is a 2/3, so it does matter. Make sure everybody's got their cards nice and high that we get the count. Keep them up for a little longer, please. Oh yeah, you may put your cards down, but I'm gonna do some math. Hold on, please. The question has been moved. The final tally was 170 in the affirmative with 34 against. We're going to now go to the vote on question 7. There's no questions after that. I'm sorry. That actually can be done. So there is a motion on the floor, which is always in order to go to secret ballot if we haven't actually taken the vote, and I have not. And so I need a second. I have a second. Let me check my rules if it's a majority. I believe it is. Before we go to the vote, give me 1 second. It's a simple majority, so all those in favor of going with a secret, oh, excuse me, we are allowed this, wait a minute, let me double check that one. The rules have changed, so I want to make sure I'm doing it right. And there may be no debate on that one. The state's real helpful. They give us a cheat sheet. Not debatable. Fixed method of voting is not debatable, and it's just a majority. So all those in favor of a secret ballot, please raise your card. All those against? We will be doing my count. Motion defeated. Okay, so questions moved. All those, I want to read the article real quick, make sure we're on the right one and we're all in agreement. To see if the town will appropriate 5,500, wait, is that the one we're on? So everybody collect me. I didn't have my X through it. All right. To see if the town will appropriate $5,500 from plumbing fees, $4,700 from building permits, and will raise and appropriate from taxation $419,364 for municipal operations and administrative activities to include select board, board of appeals, general administration, town manager, code enforcement, planning board, hearings, and elections and historians. All those in favor signify by raising the card. All those against, please signify by raising the card. Motion Article 7 carries. Any objection? No challenge. All right, Article 8. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $42,700 for insurance, which includes HRA administration, HRA claims, property and casualty, unemployment, workers' compensation, recreation, volunteer firefighter coverage. I'm not reading because it doesn't specify, just so you know, in the article that I have to do that particular numbers when I don't read it. But do I have a motion to approve? I do. Do I have a second? I do. Any discussion on Article 8? I do. Right over here, please. Get a mic, please.
Steph Barrett, and I'm just asking if you could please clarify what HRA is and what those monies that go into that constitute.
Thank you. And would I have somebody over here who'd like to comment on the question and answer, please?
The town has a health, not sure what it's called. Health reimbursement account through the medical insurance with MMA. So that's what the HRA is.
And you can do a follow-up. Go ahead.
And so the, just with my employer, I pay the fee for maintenance of that and I make all the contributions and I don't withdraw more than I put in. So I'm just curious why there's a budget item associated with that.
Because the town pays for the HRA account for each employee. That's part of the health insurance benefit.
And the employee is funding that account, so you're just covering the administrative fees?
No, the employee is not covering the account. It's a benefit to the employee.
Okay, so they don't need.
So we got to make sure we're not debating with them, but
So I'm just trying to understand what it is, because where I work, only my money goes into that. And so I was just trying to understand.
Yeah, and would you like, I'm gonna have, go ahead, Dan will comment on that. Hold on, please. Dan, just state your name, it's the first time speaking.
Dan Newman. HRA is a health reimbursement. It's a benefit provided by the town. What you have, with your employer is an HSA, is a savings account that you contribute to pay medical bills and prescription, things like that.
Thank you, Dan. I will allow another follow-up though, if you need another follow-up. Okay. All right, we're gonna go into the back over here, please.
And my name is Christine Emmons, and I'd like to correct Dan. There is a health savings account and a health flexible account, which the employee puts dollars into. That's what I do. We pay 100% of the benefits for our town workers, and we also benefit their flexible spending account. That seems to be a little bit over the top for me as well. I just want to go with what Stephanie says, because I have to support my flexible spending account.
Would you like further comments from, Mary? Would you like to comment, please? Pass the mic to Mary, someone.
So the HRA was created probably, let's see, 10 years ago now, because the town of Belgrade reduced our health insurance to the lowest health insurance plan to the employees. To help offset that, they created a health reimbursement account. So basically it covers maybe a portion of copays. Sometimes it does. It depends on what that copay is. But that is why that HRA was created. So, and I believe it was like in 2015 that it was created.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the back first, and then I can come back to you, okay? But to the back, please.
I don't quite understand.
State the name just for people up front can't.
Lori Bokash. I don't quite understand, that amount, like you're saying, when you have co-pays, you get them paid.
Would you like further comment up here, please?
So we have to reach a certain threshold and then we get a reimbursement. Sometimes it pays some of the copays, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on what that copay is. But there are 4 different levels that are offered by Maine Municipal Association, and that's who we currently have. We have the lowest level of health insurance. And like I said, Lori, that's why this reimbursement account was created.
What is your threshold?
I didn't hear her.
And this will be your only follow-up, and then I'll go to somebody else, but I can come back to you. But what was the follow-up?
I pay like $750 a month for my health insurance for our family. So what is your threshold?
What is the threshold? I think she's asking. That's what I heard.
Well, we have to reach a certain amount, like a $2,500 before those reimbursement accounts pay.
5,000.
Yeah, we have to reach a certain threshold before the reimbursements. We receive those of about $2,500, but it's $5,000 for each employee for the whole year.
Okay, I've got someone up front here. Can we get a mic up here, please? And then I'll look over to this side. I think I saw it again. Just 1 second, it's coming. Right, could you raise your hand so he knows?
My name is Lisa Nutter, and I respectfully ask that
We
I
can hear-
don't know why. Okay.
There we go. We got you. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Nutter, and I respectfully ask that we move this question along.
Do we have a second? She's asking move. We do have a second. I will attempt I'm even forgetting the words, but unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving the question? Seeing none, the question is moved, and we're going to go to a vote on Article 8 to see if the town will raise and appropriate $42,700 for insurance, which includes HRA administration, HRA claims, property and casualty, unemployment, workers' compensation, recreation, volunteer fighter coverage. All those in favor, please signify by raising your card. All those against, please signify by raising your card. The Article 8 is approved. Article 9, to see if the town will appropriate $28,117 in non-tax revenue and raise and appropriate from taxation $277,920 for public safety for the amount of $306,037 to include emergency management, fire and rescue, general administration and operations, municipal streetlights, animal control officer, health officer, dispatch, and ambulance services with any unexpected balance from the fire and rescue department budget lapsing into its equipment capital reserve. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve Article 9. Do I have a second? I have a second. Discussion. I have discussion first. I just saw here. I'll go back there and then I'll come over here, okay?
I'm Kathy McElway. I'd like to make a motion on Article 9 that we take out the rollover of any unexpended balance into an equipment capital reserve.
So an amendment and just deleting, if I'm hearing correctly, taking out and hitting putting a period. Where would you like that period? Could you please just make sure I get it correct? Under which, can we get the mic over here, please? I just want to make sure I get it clear and then I'll read back what I think I'm hearing and then we'll need a second, but go ahead.
You could put a period after ambulance services and then that would be leave out the rest after that starts with, and that would be my motion.
Understood. So do I have a second to that amendment? I do have a second. So I'm going to read it, the amendment. The amendment is to strike with any expended balance from the fire and rescue department budget lapsing into its equipment capital reserve. And there is a second discussion on the amendment. I do have a question or comment over here. Can we get a microphone over, please?
Kate Hollister, I'm against the amendment because I think the town is very smart. They're trying to plan for the future, and one way to do this is buy these capital reserve accounts. Eventually, we're going to need a new fire truck, and rather than having to come up with $1 million plus and bonding it out, we can use this capital reserve fund to pay for at least some of a new fire truck down the future.
Thank you for comments. I have one in the back and then I'll come up here. In the back first, please.
Dan McKenzie, the Belgrade Fire Chief. Just to explain a little bit of that, last 2 years we were in the negative like $1,500 to $2,500, but you are right, the cost of trucks are going up. We are putting money in every year, not this budget time. The next budget, we've been putting in roughly $200,000. The plan is to replace the Lakes truck, which is on a 30-year plan. That's what we established. As a matter of fact, it's over that, 35. And our rescue truck is on a 10-year plan. Estimated costs are going to be close to $1 million. I know people make comments about the capital reserve. They were saving it for something. We're saving it for equipment to replace the trucks. We're not buying, there's been comments that we're buying new trucks for the new fire station. That's not true. We're keeping the same fleet. We're just replacing as we need. The hard part is getting parts for like the Lakes truck. It's a GMC chassis. They don't make them anymore. We have one in North Belgrade, same truck. We can't get a seatbelt replacement for it because they don't make the stuff anymore. And then you get into the pump parts and all that. So my recommendation is that we keep that. I mean, this last couple of years, we haven't put any in, but every little bit helps. In past years, matter of fact, we paid off trucks on a truck loan. We ended up buying 2 in 1 year. We bonded it. With that extra money, we paid the loan down quicker. It was a 10-year note. And I think we paid it off in like 6 or 7 years.
Thank you. I saw someone up here. Actually, let's go over here first. I think I saw it over here first, and then you've spoken. I'm going to go over here next.
George Seal, I'm correct in saying that when it came time for the actual purchase of the fire truck or whatever the capital equipment is, that it would come back to town meeting for approval or denial.
Thank you for the comments. And there was in the back here, Kelsey, I think right in front of you.
Lisa Gagny, Siniendo. I just have a question. The contracted price for the ambulance fee, has that changed for this upcoming year?
I think we're going to go over here then for the question. Go ahead.
It hasn't yet. The next budget it will. It is going up. We're at
But
35.
Oakland, it changed, so, and it was a dramatic change.
Yeah, it's
So
gonna
I-
go from 35 to 60 per
To-
capita.
That's what I was wondering, if you were
Yeah,
gonna touch,
it's
if
not-
anybody was gonna touch on that part.
No, that will be in your next budget.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I did say it's gonna come here and then I will come here, okay? So I'm gonna go here and then I'll come up to you. And remember, this is on the amendment pending, striking that last sentence, basically.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's 786,000 plus or minus in the reserve for the fire truck already.
Does somebody want to speak to that piece? The question or clarification?
Yes, the fire department truck capital project account as of January 6th is 786, 867 and 84 cents. But Dan, I believe you've mentioned that cost would be somewhere around $1 million for the two trucks.
All right, and I'm coming up front here first. Yes, gentleman right up here first, and then we go over there. He had his hand up first. Can I get a mic, please? Then I'm gonna look back over here before I come back over here, okay?
Hi, Randy Marshall. On the amendment, I'd like to know why, for what purpose would striking that last sentence of the warrant serve? For what purpose did you want that struck?
So the question is posed through the moderator as to what purpose to the original amendment. Somebody get a mic? I'll let her speak to that, and then I'm gonna come over here, okay? And thank you for following process. I appreciate that.
The town has about $6 million in capital reserves, 786, almost 787,000 is set aside for the truck already. And I am concerned about ongoing excess taxation collection, meaning the amount that they spend is always and has been for the last 5 years significantly. What they collect is significantly above what they spend. And my taxes are not on an ongoing, the amount of increase is not sustainable in my personal opinion. So I object to the ongoing rolling in into cash of $500,000 to $800,000 every year. And that's why I'm asking to change this.
Okay,
Was that clear?
we're not gonna go through the debate with each other.
The
You've
answer-
stated your answer. That's good enough. If we come back, we can do a follow-up. But first I said I would come over here, right over here, please. Microphone, Kesley's right behind you. Let her, she's got her.
Berlin, I move the question.
So I have a move to question. Do I have a second? I will look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving the question? Seeing none, the question is moved. Article 9, to see if the town will appropriate, that was on the amendment. Moving the question was on the amendment, and the amendment deleted the line with the period stopping after ambulance services. So those all in favor of the amendment would change the sentence and put a period after ambulance services. Those who are against will keep the article the way it was. So those in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your card. Those against, please signify by raising your card. The amendment fails. And now we're back to the original question. And I saw this one first, and then I can come to you, but yes, go ahead. Oh, yeah, we need a mic. Kelsey, wait 1 second. Let me get the mic. She'll get it to them. Thank you, Kelsey.
Hi, my name's Marie Geary, and I have a question with the way we're doing administration of wages and benefits. I think going forward, it may be more beneficial if the benefits are listed separately, because the price of insurance has gone up so high, it would be reflected better from one year to the other. So we know how much is actual wages and how much is actual benefits.
Thank you for the question. I am going to comment as moderator on this. We did a lot of research ahead and got legal counsel to give an opinion. Just so you know, the way that article is written, it actually doesn't specify in the article that we are following any dollar amounts that are how they're divvied up. Only what's in the article and what it's to be used, but not how it's used, the way the article's written. Your information in question, as to like how things are presented, I think would be something that the body might want to hear. Do I have any comments on that?
That is an awesome suggestion, and I'm sure that the board and the budget committee will take that under advisement as we go forward and prepare for June. We'll have another town meeting at that time. Thank you very much.
And then I did see this gentleman over here.
I move the question.
Do I have a second on moving the question? I do. And attempting the unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving the question? Seeing no objection, the question is moved. Article 9. To see if the town will appropriate $28,117 in non-tax revenue and raise and appropriate from taxation $277,920 for public safety for a total of $306,037 to include emergency management, fire and rescue, general administration and operations, municipal street lights, animal control officer, health officer, dispatch, and ambulance services with any unexpected balance from the fire and rescue department budget lapsing into its equipment capital reserve. All those in favor signify by raising your cards. All those against? Article 9 passes. Article 10, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $404,125 for public works to include general road maintenance, winter maintenance, and sand, salt, with any unexpected balance lapsing into the road's capital reserve. I keep forgetting to say the board's recommendation, select board recommendation was 5 yes with no no's. Budget committee recommendation 6 yeses with no no's. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? I do. Any discussion? If you ask to move the question, I'm going to rule it out of order when we haven't had anybody speak, just so you know. Okay. Because we have to at least have one person. Go ahead, once you get the mic.
On for those who aren't familiar with town meeting process, you actually have a two-step process. One is to appropriate the money. So that says, okay, go ahead and spend it. We agree. The second part is raising taxes. So you can approve basically and authorize the spending. The question is, where is the money coming from? Here we're asking to raise $404,000 with new taxes. I would like Lorna to basically expand on how much unfavorable overtaxation occurred for 2025 and why none of that money is, any of these articles is being used to fund the money. It's all being raised with new taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lorna, would you like to answer that, please?
Right now, because we don't have audited figures yet for 2025, I show 435,000 in revenue more than what we budgeted. I show 266,000 unexpended, and we're asking for 404,000 through taxation. But if you remember, we just did a warrant article where we're utilizing revenue to reduce taxes. And if you look throughout the warrant articles, you'll see other funding sources. And the board generally, you'll probably see this at the June town meeting. If we have money in undesignated or the general fund, they will pull money from there to reduce what is taxed out to residents. I think last year we pulled almost 2 million. The year before we pulled 3.2 million. So I hope that answers your question, Tom.
Thank you. And you can do a quick follow-up, Tom. Get the mic to him, please.
Just to be clear, how much is the town of Belgrade asking basically to raise through property taxes for the upcoming 6 months?
999,000.
Versus roughly 700,000 left over from the prior year that was over taxation.
I'll stop the comments there, just so that we're not in a debate. But any further comment on that, Lorna?
I don't have.
Okay, so I do have people in the back. I can come back to you, though. I just want to make sure we have a chance for everybody. The first gentleman in the back, facing, then we'll go to his left.
I asked that we move the question.
We have it now. I will put that in order, just so you know. We have a first to move the question. Do I have a second? I do have a second. Is there any objection to moving the question? I do have an objection to moving the question. All those in favor of moving the question, please signify by raising your card. We will do a count. And just keep it nice and high, please, clerk. Could you help me with that? Make sure you keep it nice and high as they go around.
Counting the names first acceptable, it seems to expedite.
I have to count them all when it's recorded 2/3, just so you know, either way. Keep them up, we're still to the side, please. 79. Okay, now you may put your hands down. All those, so that was in favor of moving the question. All those against moving the question, please raise your cards. You do it now. Yeah, you guys are the clerks. I'm having you guys count with these ones. This is against. One, okay. So the question is moved. Do we have another person who was against it? I want to record it. Then the question, there was only one person. So I'll be clear. Is there anybody who is not, excuse me, all those against moving the question, please raise your card now. I have one. Okay. The question is moved. Okay. Article 10, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $404,125 for public works to include general road maintenance, winter maintenance, and sand and salt with any unexpected balance lapsing into the roads capital reserve. All those in favor signify by raising your card. And all those against? Motion carries. Article 10 is approved. Do a challenge. I will allow a question. Go ahead.
So you just stated that moving a question before any discussion was out of order.
There has to be at least one person.
Right. Article number 7 was exactly what happened. No discussion. So 25% increase. Somebody moved it immediately. I would like to discuss a 25%.
It's too late. Unfortunately, I did make a mistake then if I missed that.
So do we have any recourse to go back and undo that?
No, not at this meeting. I'm sorry. And that probably wouldn't have changed the outcome, frankly, but I do endeavor, it does leave, if you read the articles, discretion to the moderator. So if you want to read the moderator manual in 2025, I actually have discussion on discretion on certain things. And in there is the orderly process of a town meeting. And that clause gives me a little latitude. There's certain things that don't. It is a 2/3 vote for sure. But there are certain things I do have the ability. And it says I may, will not shall, rule out of order. And in my opinion, if we haven't done one, which I made a mistake, I feel like we should at least have that opportunity for one. And I apologize for that one, because my opinion would be they should have that opportunity. But it's up to the town to vote this. Remember, you guys decide, not me. Excuse me, I need water. So we're going to continue to move on. All right, Article 10. I'm going to keep continuing. So Article 11, and then we can come to discussion on Article 11. Article 11, to see if the town will appropriate $8,200 in income from the cemetery portfolio and raise and appropriate from taxation $43,710 for the cost of operations and maintaining the cemetery. The select board was 5 yeses. The budget committee recommendation was 6 yeses. Both had no nos. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I do. Discussion. I'm looking, somebody's pointing, but I don't, oh, yes, please, Mike. Kelsey?
Steph Barrett, and I recall several years ago, we voted on a fee schedule that was supposed to make the cemetery self-sustaining, if I recall correctly. And so I'm just curious why we're now looking at an increase and it doesn't appear to be funding itself or making progress in that direction.
As a question, do we have somebody who would like to speak to the question? Do we have anybody who would like to speak to the question? Oh, thank you.
Bruce Kalush, Budget Committee. So it will never, ever be 100% funded. It's to help offset. So the fee structures, some of the fee structures was for burials to help cover the cost of burials. Unfortunately, most of our burials end up on overtime rate. So that helps offset that. And on the lot sales, that money goes into a portfolio, and then we take the interest off that portfolio to offset the budget. So it will never be 100%. It's just to help offset it. Hopefully, it all depends on the interest rate. You know, at one time we had a lot in that portfolio back years and years ago, but when the stock market went, so did the portfolio, unfortunately, back then. Now it's in a little bit more secure investment, so.
Okay, you may do a follow-up, yes.
Mike, and
wait for the mic, just, whoop, sorry, wait for the mic.
Follow-up being mowing maintenance, is that in the maintenance budget or is that in the cemetery budget?
That's in the cemetery.
Thank you. Okay, further comments, questions? I have one in the back.
I make motion to move.
I have a motion to move the question. Do I have a second? I do. If barring any objection, we'll move the question. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, the question is moved. Article 11, to see if the town will appropriate $8,200 in income from the cemetery portfolio and raise and appropriate from taxation $43,710 for the cost of operations and maintenance of the cemeteries. All those in favor, raise your card. Those against? Motion carries. Article 11 passes. Article 12, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $220,335 for the maintenance of facilities and grounds to include the administration and operations, Centers for All Seasons, North Belgrade Community Center, Maintenance Garage, Sand and Salt Shed, Lakes Fire Station, Depot Fire Station, North Belgrade Fire Station, Transfer Station, Parks, Dams, History House, Town Office, Library, and Workman Field. Select Board recommendation 5 yes, no nos. Budget Committee recommendation 5 yes with 1 no. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I do have a second. Comments, questions, please. Right over here first. First one I saw.
Tom Strasnevsky, to anticipate the question that is doubtless out there, why did the operations budget triple? That would be my question.
And then Lorna, would you like to speak to that, please?
That is an error. The actual amount for operations 2025 actual 6 months, that figure is 93373.80. That would give you a total, instead of 133, that would be 194,136.55.
And as that isn't actually part of the actual article as written, it's information. We don't need amendments or anything to correct that. Other questions, comments? I do have one back here in the corner. I could hear, I do have a motion to move the question. Do I have a second? I do have a second. Again, is there any objection to moving the question? There is no objection, so the question is so moved to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $220,335 for the maintenance of facilities and grounds to include the administration and operations Center for All Seasons, North Belgrade Community Center, maintenance garage, sand and salt shed, Lakes Fire Station, Depot Fire Station, North Belgrade Fire Station, Transfer Station, Parks, Dams, History House, Town Office, Library, and Workman Field. All those in favor signify by raising your card. And those against? Article 12 passes. Article 13, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $180,754 for the administration and operations of solid waste. Select board recommendation 5 yes, no no's. Budget committee recommendation 6 yes with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. I have a second. Discussion. Seeing no oh, I did. I missed it. I'm sorry. I looked that way and I missed it. I'm sorry. It's good. Everybody up here keep me on my toes. Go ahead, please.
Since many of the other articles have listed estimated revenues, I'm curious as to why the solid waste revenue has no value in it on this article.
And could I have somebody speak to that, please? I think Kenny will speak to this. Kenny, just state your name for everyone when you get up there, please.
Yeah,
Kenny, could you state your name for everybody?
Ken Scano, Transfer Station Director. Most of our revenue, or 99% of our revenue, comes in over the summer after June. That's why we budgeted for none for this first 6 months. The recycling market is extremely low right now, and we're not really making any money.
Thank you. Yep, a question or comment over here, please.
George Seal, I would encourage everybody, if they're concerned about how much revenue or lack of revenue there is, that they recycle.
Thank you for those comments. Questions? I think I've done you first. I'm going to go back over here though, okay? Actually, I'm going to go to you first. So I think I know what you're going to be doing. So a little of my discretion, and I am going to go back there, then I'll come over here, okay?
Just quickly, on the recycling and the solid waste. The recycling market might be down, but even if we break even, it's a benefit to the town. There are 2 fees, correct me if I'm wrong, Ken. There's a tipping fee and then a fee by weight when we take this to Norwich Walk.
Yes, you may, and you can have your follow-up piece to that, so it's fine. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so his question, or his comment rather, is more towards waste than recycling. When you talk about tipping fees and hauling fees, yes, we pay by the ton and we pay by the haul to get rid of trash.
And then
Recycling, we say.
But the point is that if it isn't recycled, oh, we're not making that much money, we'll just throw it in the trash. Every ton you put into that hopper costs the town money. So even if we break even, and especially like newspapers, glass, they're heavy. It's in everybody's interest, metal, it's in everybody's interest to recycle as much as possible to save the trash fees.
Thank you. And there was a person over here somewhere. I saw a hand. Yes. Can we get a mic over there? Keep your card up just so they can get a mic to you, please. And then I will come over here because his hand has been diligently up.
Hi, Lori Doucette. What has changed between the first 6 months of 2025 to now that explains the 30,000 increase in operations? What's different the first 6 months of 26?
Thank you. And I will have, Lorna, would you like to speak to that, or is that Kenny, you speaking to that one? Go ahead.
Okay, if I understood correct, you wanted to know what is going to be different this year. I was behind the speaker, so I couldn't really hear the question
Would
correctly.
could we get the mic to her to repeat the question, please? Or was the question basically you wanted to know why there's the difference? Was that the question between 50,000? Okay, she asked what was
Okay.
changed. There,
Okay, we have, an additional $20,000, that we needed to grind our demo wood pile. Cause that pile is kind of out of control. We also have a $7,000 rental that wasn't there last year, plus a 5% increase on all of our trash removal. We had an increase on just the beginning of this year on our tire removal and our Freon or refrigerator removal. So our costs just keep on going up.
we'll allow
That-
one follow-up question, and her follow-up question, I believe, was what was the $20,000 item?
The $20,000 item is for wood grinding for demo wood to be ground up and hauled off.
Thank you. All right, I do have over here, you can state it out loud if you want. I think everybody can hear you. We have a move the question. Do I have a second? I have lots of seconds. Is there any objection to moving the question? I don't see any. The question has been moved. Did I have somebody? I'm sorry. I looked and I didn't see. So we object to moving the question? I'm sorry. I mean, do we object to moving the question? He does object to moving the question. There is no discussion under the state statute for that. We just go right to the vote. I'm sorry. So that's just the way those rules work. All those in favor of moving the question, please raise your card. And then come by my clerk do our count, keep it nice and high. Keep them all up high, please. Keep them up until the count's down, done, please. Almost there. Okay, those who are not in favor of moving the question now may raise their cards. And can we have our clerks do the count? I think I see three, I think, but I want the clerks to do it, just to double check me, please. Over on this side, right now, this side, two. So we have a total of three. The question has been moved. Okay, Article 13, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $180,754 for the administration and operations of solid waste. All those in favor, signify by raising the card. All those against, signify by raising the card. Article 13 passes. Okay, Article 14, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $61,975 for library services with any unexpended balance lapsing into the library capital reserve. The select board recommendation was 5 yes with no no's. Budget committee was 4 yes with 2 no's. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a first and a second. Discussion on Article 14 or comments. First one I see is right back here.
Christine Emmons, I just have a quick question. I noticed that the budget committee too voted against. Is there any way we can find out why or what their decision was as to why they voted no?
We can put the question to the committee up here and get the mic over.
Hi, I'm Jillian Reel. I'm one of the two that voted against. The library has about a $25,000 amount in reserve. And I feel like that's sufficient and that we don't need to keep adding to it. And so I voted against it. To that end, I would make a motion, or I would amend this and remove the language after services and put a period there because I believe there is sufficient in reserves already.
Do I have a second on that? I do have a second. So we're gonna have an amendment that puts a period after library services. So it stops to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $61,975 for library services, period. Do I have discussion on the amendment? Go ahead. Oh, Lorna, go ahead. You got it, Mike. And then I will come back around. This is on the amendment.
The amendment can't stand because that is actually a perpetuity article that says an unexpended balance lapses into the library capital reserve.
I'm gonna keep it in order though, Lorna, because I'm not privy to that information. I'm going by what I see in writing. So I'm gonna say that the article is in order. That doesn't mean this stuff can't be challenged later in court, whatever. But I'm not privy to any of that. I'm just reading the article and I've allowed that before. So I'm gonna allow it again. But I have comments, Barbara, and then I will go up back. I'm gonna do it though, Mary. I don't care. I'm doing it. You can challenge though, and then we'll let the townspeople, wait, no, Mary, don't speak. I'm actually in charge of this meeting. You guys are not. Don't forget. The town will decide if my order, if it's challenged, you guys will decide, not somebody up here, okay? That's the way it's gonna be. I will let you speak to the amendment and you can make your position for sure. But first, I saw somebody in the back. You may speak.
I like the library. I think we should leave it as it is.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm gonna come with Mary. Now you may. Just remember, I have to run the meeting the best way I see fit. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't believe that you can challenge that particular.
Yeah, use the mic, please.
Okay, I don't believe that you can challenge that particular article because first you would have to redact an article that is a perpetuity article that has been in existence for more than 10 years. So that perpetuity article would take precedence over, I understand what people are trying to do with the reserve accounts and the limitations, but there is a process in which to do that. In these articles, it's already too late. It's already too late. But you can't change a perpetuity article. To my knowledge, I would go to Becky Seal and ask your opinion on that particular item.
So if I hear you, you're saying I move to appeal the moderator's ruling to allow for that particular amendment. Is what I'm hearing? No, I mean, are you? Because right now we're just discussing the amendment, but if you, as a town resident, I move to appeal, which you can state, the moderator's ruling, and instead you'll give your position, and then we will get a second, and then we will go to a majority vote of the townspeople, which we can certainly have comments and questions during that process. This one is debatable. So go ahead and state your motion.
I move to appeal your decision.
And substitute with?
And substitute with, it can't be to not change the article as it is currently written.
All right, there we go. The townspeople heard that. Is there a second? I have a second. Discussion on that, and then we, depending on the outcome, may or may not come back to the amendment. And again, I don't take any of this personally. I'm doing the best I can with the law and the rules and the training that I've had. Discussion on that. Go ahead, Barbara.
There is, as Mary mentioned, there is a perpetuity article that covers both the library and the recreation budgets. So the perpetuity article states that any unexpended balance at the end of the year for either of those two departments goes into their reserve funds. And if you'll look at what happened with the library last year, the library capital reserve was sufficient enough that we were able to take out $8,524 from that reserve fund to cover operating expenses last year. So it's quite possible that we could take out
for the one-year budget in June. It's quite possible that we could take out money from the library reserve fund. But we can't, and if anybody wants to change that perpetuity article, that language would have to be on the warrant for the June meeting. So if anybody wants to change that perpetuity article, it would have to be rescinded. As I understand it, it would have to be rescinded. That the library and the recreation department are no longer able to keep their money. It would have to go into the undesignated fund. But we can't do that now.
I will speak to my own ruling with privilege, is that basically if that were the case, then why are they putting it in there? But it's going to be up to the townspeople. So again, further comments and questions first on the motion to appeal my ruling. No other further questions. This is a majority vote. Those all in favor of overruling my ruling signify by your cards. And I'm going to have the clerks count, please. Yeah, yes, of course, Mary, you can. Like I said, it's not a personal thing. It's just what I interpret. And it is up to the townspeople, not me. But it's only fair that we allow the clerks to count in a situation like this, I believe. That's okay. I don't need to be. And those against the appeal to my ruling, meaning sustain my ruling, raise your hand, signify. And you guys, we know the answer, but let's count, please. That's there we go. So the answer, just so that people know the count, was 128 to overrule my ruling to 16. I am overruled. So we're going back to just the article itself, and discussion is still open. I did see the hand back here first.
Lisa Gagny, Siniendo. So just a general statement. We're supposed to vote, but we don't have enough information on each article. So there's missing information. There's either missing information on articles, there's questions that are half answered, not really know the answers to. And I see in Article 14, the capital reserve, what you took out was around 8,000, but we didn't even have what was in the reserve for the 25,000. So if it's not listed on the paperwork, then how are we supposed to vote? And we only know the 25,000 number because somebody mentioned it. So it should be listed. All the information should be listed here so we can vote appropriately.
There is comments made. Would anybody like to comment on the comments? On the board or up here, anybody want to comment on the comment? I don't think there was an actual question, so there's no additional comment. And it's a statement. I do have somebody over here. Mike's coming. This is on Article 14.
Hi, Lori Doucette again. Just to add to Lisa's statement, it'd be nice on the wages and benefits, increases in administration, if we could know the percentage increase for each of these articles in order to make a better, more informed vote.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments, questions? I believe right here.
George Seal, with respect to the library capital reserve, is there a specific capital project or equipment purchase that we're saving for, or is it for some other purpose?
And there is a question posed. Do I have somebody who would like to comment? Would you like to comment, sir? I believe you were one of the folks that I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting to approve to speak, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna get the mic to you. Somebody get a mic over there.
Hi, yes, Jared Bott, Library Director. So the Board of, well, myself and our Board of Trustees have been looking at my library's reserve account and looking at what we might do with it. We're looking at various options, including something like putting a patio and eating area behind the library for the public to use. The 25,000 figure is with the money that is lapsing into it this year. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? I believe up over here, and then I will go back over here, okay? Here first, up here, and then I'll go back to the corner and then right over here.
Tom Dowd, basically the question is, if you look at the special revenue accounts that the town provided a list of, I see approximately 8 special revenue accounts related to the library with anything from a balance of $119.81 to buy adult nonfiction, to library fees of $9,399.67, library carry forward of $985.73. Is the town plan to clear these special revenue accounts at any time, or are they also in a perpetuity article?
And there's a question posed. Somebody up front want to try to answer that one? Or are we going? Wait, yeah, go ahead. Jared, please.
Yeah. A lot of those are from before when I was director. Yeah, I do plan on spending them for what they're, there for. They're there for a number of different things.
Okay, thank you. We're going to the back corner, please. And then we're going to come over here, middle area back.
Hi, Mandy Grant. I just wanted to comment on someone's comment about the percentages for wage increases and benefit changes. And if you look at the PowerPoint presentation, there's a nice job of sort of summarizing the changes on the PowerPoint presentation, but probably not everybody saw that was available. It might be useful in future meetings to just sort of prior to an article vote, have somebody do a 2-minute summary of the changes and justification being proposed using a PowerPoint presentation like this. And I think would save a lot of time.
Thank you for your comments. Do I have any comments from up front? And then I'm coming back there. Yes. But hold on one second. I just want to make sure if there's any comments. Was there any comments up here? No? Okay, I think they took under advisement, but we do have in back here, please. I think we're all set, Kelsey, if they're ready.
Hi, I don't know if this is an appropriate time, but we haven't discussed any of the wage increase for the
That can be
3%.
discussed here because it is mentioned,
Yep.
so I think that's okay to, I think that's germane.
Okay, so why are we giving a 3% wage increase, given the fact that our governor has imposed and increased how many taxes? I can't even keep up. Why should we give the employees a 3% increase when all of the rest of the people are struggling? We don't get an increase. We just get increase in taxes. We don't get increase in wages. So I think the wage increase needs to be put on the back burner for now. That's my opinion.
And there's no questions or comment. The only thing I can say is that anybody may comment on that. Also, a amendment to reduce a dollar amount is always, well, I should say always, almost always in order. And if there's a second, that can be acted on. But does anybody want to comment to that specific question? This one is on the library portion in Article 14, but it does mention the wage and benefits. So that's the only reason I allowed that, to keep it germane. But does anybody want to comment on that up front?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, up front as far as commenting on that first, but there is none. So go ahead. Let's get the mic to her, please. And just state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Sheila King. I think that when we're looking at the economy, everybody would like to say we need to take a step back because I'm not getting it. Why should somebody else get it? That's not the question. The question is, what kind of employers are we? What kind of employees do we want? In order to get the best, we have to get, in order to get the best that does the services and the things that we need to be able to encourage those. When you have an employee, you give them three things. You give them training so they're successful. You give them autonomy so they can do things by themselves with the training that you've given them. But the other thing is compensation. And you have to compensate appropriately. If that is a wage, if that is a benefit, if it's a thank you very much for the job that you're doing. In order for us to keep good, solid people, we have to be able to pay them and compensate them. I'm sorry we don't all get it, but when we're in a position where we can give it, I think it's in our best advantage to do that.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back here first and then I'll come back over here. Well, that's okay. I'm not coming to you, but I saw her hand. I did, and I will come, I promise. I saw her hand first, so go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I don't know about anyone else, but I'm losing my health insurance this year, and I already pay $750 a month. The reason why I'm losing it is because my husband's retiring, so we have expenses, and I'm not complaining about.
Can you speak up just a little more close?
I'm not complaining about myself. I pay a lot in health insurance every year, and I have a lot of bills, so I think the economy isn't doing well, so why 3%?
Okay, I think that is a question. Do I have somebody who wants to answer the question up front here? Lorna, would you like to speak to that? Go ahead.
Sure. 3% was recommended to the select board and the budget committee, and it was approved by both entities and moved forward.
I believe the little caveat to that was the budget committee did approve, but there were two who voted against that particular article that we're on. I'm gonna come over here. Well, actually, do you have a follow-up? Because I've said I will allow follow-ups. If it's a separate question, let me go over here first.
I just wanted to repeat, times are tough, and I have a lot of, I don't know, not everybody has health insurance, so same question.
Okay, I am gonna come over here now, Kelsey.
It's not the question you think it is. I just want to make a comment. I know for a fact that the budget committee and the select people spend a lot of time on these, but it's also appropriate for people to ask questions. But this meeting's really starting to drag on a lot of small points. I suggest if you're concerned, get involved and attend those meetings in advance. And I would like to move the question.
He did make a comment. There was and I did make rounds. There was a move the question. Do I have a second? I do have a second. Barring any objection, we can move the question. Is there any objection? I do have an objection. So all those in favor of moving the question, please raise your hands, keep nice and high. And can we have Kelsey and Mary count, please? Make sure you keep it up, keep them up. He's asking, make sure you keep the hands up, please. Up just a little longer. All right, put your hands down. Real quick. All right, those not in favor of moving the question, please raise your card. Please raise your card if you're not in favor of moving the question. Do we have anybody? I don't see any. Mary, do you see any? Del, see any? To 0. So we move the question. Question is to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $61,975 for library services with any unexpected balance lapsing into the library capital reserve. All those in favor signify by raising your card. All those against? Article 14 passes. 14. Okay, Article 15, to see if the town will appropriate $34,592 with anticipated recreation revenue and raise and appropriate from taxation $116,107 for recreation services with any unexpected balance lapsing into the recreation capital reserve. The select board recommendation 5 yes, and for the budget committee, 6 yes with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I do have a second. Discussion on Article 15. I do over here first.
Steph Barrett, the increase in cost, if I saw in the papers I read before, is partly due to expanding and starting early with summer recreation programs. And I would move that we maintain the existing schedule and not increase costs by starting early.
So I'm hearing an amendment. Did you word that, is it a reduction in what they currently are proposing?
It would be a reduction, and I had it circled in the book that I left at home.
Okay, so I'm going to just read what that is. The 2025 6-month administration was $89,691.02. Operations was $18,824.13. The current request is $122,440, and for administration and operations, $28,259. If I hear the amendment correct, we're using the 25 actuals instead. Is that correct? For the budget amount? Because I'm confused a little, but I want to make sure I get it right. So the town will appropriate $34,592 from anticipated recreation revenue. That number could be reduced. You could also reduce the $116,107 for recreation services, but I'm not sure where that added up, frankly. But so if you state it, I'll repeat it.
So the proposal, and I don't remember if I saw it in the slides or if I saw it in the town report, but the proposal was to start staff a week earlier than usual, increasing payroll, but not necessarily increasing revenue. It didn't appear that programming was starting soon. And so my proposal was to reduce the amount of payroll by that increased week.
So you have, the only thing we can do in this meeting is under Article 15 is reduce those $2 amounts mentioned. The rest is just for information. So you can make a amendment motion to reduce one or both of those, but you can't change the language. Last time I did that, I got overruled. So
and knows the number.
you'd have to make
I have it written down and I don't have it.
you'd have to make that amendment now. Otherwise, I move to the next person. Okay, I'm moving to. Oh,
I could try to explain if that would help.
and that, you know what? You can speak just like anybody else. So please go
Okay.
ahead.
So Krista McDowell, Parks and Rec Director. I believe the numbers that you're looking at for the proposal were on this slide, which there is a copy over there, and I'm happy to bring you one after. The 3% wage increase is a cost of living increase. It's not a wage increase based on merit. 9% health insurance and the 5% dental only applies to the 2 full-time staff that we have here, which are myself and the assistant director. And we are both hourly, so we are here 40 hours a week. Camp employees, it does reference starting a week earlier than last year. That is primarily for training for our summer camp program. So part of the goal we had last year when I arrived was to increase the amount of campers. That was based on surveys of families who paid taxes in the town of Belgrade who were not currently able to get into the program because there was a wait list and ill staff, essentially. So last summer, we were able to increase the amount of campers that we took. We added an additional part-time lifeguard, and that was to address the concern that the public wanted to have access to the swimming pool that's here that needed some upgrades. So if we want to tie that to the rec reserve, we did pull some money out of the reserve to address that. It allowed us to open the swimming pool 2 days a week for open swimming. We did evenings as well, as much as we possibly could last summer, but we were trying to budget this year to, again, address taxpayers and wanting to do so. Penny, our treasurer, was new last year, so we had not budgeted. What I should say is that that bill is potentially not an actual for the pool opening. So we tried to be thoughtful, Steph. And this year we already have the bill, which we know in order to open the pool the 3rd week of May, we have a bill sitting on our desk for $2,396 and change. So we did that for $2,500 just to make sure we could cover any difference that potentially came up. The wage and benefits increase accounts for the $8,700. Increase in supplies was the $2,260. The sale program was a program we ran last year. So we did ask for $2,000 upfront to make sure we could insure those sailboats. We have received a grant, which will offset some of that cost for 2 sailboats that we won't have to pay for, essentially, that are coming from Sailing Ships Maine. The concert series also falls under Parks and Rec. So address the issue from last year where we didn't have funds in to cover the cost upfront to get those musicians in the green. We put the $3,200 in that 6-month budget so we could pay that bill right away. Last year, we took in $23,700 and change. We'd have to get the exact from Penny to cover the rest of the concert. So that is primarily donor based. Uniforms expenses, $1,500. That's our campers' shirts. And then you'll see the pool opening on that slide at the bottom. I'm not sure that that answers your question, but essentially what we were trying to do is we can't open camp registration if we can't staff. So we needed to be ready to do that right in June when school lets out, and we have 4 days of training that we need to cover for those staff.
Okay, thank you. Just I forgot to mention, the select board recommendation was 5 yes with no no's. Budget committee was 6 yeses with no no's. Okay, go ahead, Sarah. I'll come to you right after.
So in the informational session, I said the same thing. So what Kristen is asking is for money ahead so we can run the program. But then next 6 months in the summer, the requests are gonna be much lower than this 150. And I'm gonna keep her on check.
I appreciate that, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Comment, I think my kids are all grown up, but I think our rec program does a really great job.
Thank you.
And I'd like to move the question.
Move the question. Do I have a second? I do. He did move the question and there was a second, so I'm gonna stick with that because we got to move this meeting along. If there is an objection, we'll do the count. But barring any objection, we have a motion to move the question. Any objection? I see no objection. We will move to the actual vote. The question, Article 15. I'm sorry, we're still going forward. Article 15, to see if the town will appropriate $34,592 from anticipated recreation revenue and raise and appropriate from taxation $116,107 for recreation service with any unexpected balance lapsing into the recreation capital reserve. All those in favor signify by raising your card. And those against? Article 15 passes. Article 16. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate from taxation $4,575 for social services, which includes Memorial Day, senior resources, and general assistance. Recommendation from select board was 5 yes, no no's. Budget committee, 6 yeses with no no's. And do I hear a motion? I do have a motion to approve Article 16 and second. I have lots of seconds. Discussion. I don't see any discussion. We'll go straight to the vote. Those all in favor of Article 16 signify by raising cards. Those against? Article 16 passes. Article 17, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $9,895 for Belgrade's share of the first 6 months of 2026 operations/maintenance costs of the Village Dam, Wing Mills, and Salmon Lake dams. Do I have and the recommendation was 5 yeses from Select Board, 6 yeses from Budget Committee with no nos. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I got lots of seconds. Discussion. I have discussion right here, please. Run, whoever's got a mic. Anybody got a mic? Any mics left? Did they run home with those mics? Oh, here we go. Kelsey's still here.
It's more of a question. Do these funds include the eradication of invasive vegetation, or is that just the maintenance of the dam, the functioning of the gates and all that business?
I'm not sure if everybody from the committee, but can somebody else speak to that? Oh, okay. Who? All right. Somebody's gonna make a comment? Are we running? We're running. There he is, in the corner.
Craig Alexander, I'm the chair of the Dams Committee. No, this fund money right here just goes to the maintenance of the dam. We're not involved in any eradication for any invasive plants or anything.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Did everybody not hear that, I guess? Could you repeat it, please, Mike? I heard it, but not everybody could.
Okay, this is just for maintenance for the dam. The Dams Committee isn't involved in any eradication of any invasive plants.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, questions? Yes, sir, right here, please.
Lenny Rish, I'm on Salmon Lake. This is part of the intra-local agreement. A number of other towns are involved here. Belgrade has the largest share because we have the greatest amount of shoreline involved. This is a real bargain. These folks do yeoman's work and don't get paid. I strongly endorse this and hope we will pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? I do have over here. I'm gonna go here first and then I come right over there. Right here, can we get a mic over in the kind of semi-corner? Hold your hand up so they can see it, sir, please. Just so they can see where you're going. Over there. Kelsey's coming. There we go. Thank you, Kelsey. Raise your hand first. There we go.
I just want to move the question.
So do we have a second? I do. Lots of seconds. Barring any objection, we're moving the question. Any objections? There is no objection, so go to the vote to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $9,895 for Belgrade's share of the first 6 months of 2026 operations and maintenance costs of the Village Dam, Wings Mill Dam, and Salmon Lake dams. All those in favor signify by aye. Those against? Article 17 passes. Article 18, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $360,930 for the paving road bond principal and interest payments and $3,500 for legal fees for a total of $364,430 for debt services. Select Board recommendation was 5 yes with no nos. Budget Committee 6 yeses, no nos. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. I have a second. Discussion. I have discussion well, first we'll go here, then we'll go right to the back. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we reduce the spending on.
Could you state your name since we're making an amendment? That's okay. Go ahead.
I'd like to reduce it by $124,492.43. That's the amount that was collected for debt service last year and not spent.
So what is the dollar amount? Do you want me to use a calculator and verify it for you? Okay, so what was the dollar amount? Hang on, let me write this in.
492.43.
I'm sorry, I was still entering the actual amount of the total together because the way it's written, there's 3 things. So there's 360,930
minus 124.
Oh, there it is. It does have the total. I'm sorry. 364,430, and then minus what was the amount you were thinking?
124.
Yep.
492.43. That's the dollar amount that was collected last year for debt service, but not spent.
All right, so that's not $239,937.57. I need a second to an amendment. I have seconds. Discussion on the amendment. So this will be discussion on the amendment. We have a Budget Committee member up here. Would somebody pass the mic down or bring her a mic, please?
I actually have a question. So my understanding is that this is money that the town has already approved and spent, and we need to repay that debt. If we choose to not authorize that payment to go out, that because of that $120,000 you're suggesting, how do we actually pay that obligation that we need to pay? Do we need to make an additional warrant article? I'm just concerned that I don't obviously want the town defaulting on a debt that we owe, because that would have negative repercussions.
And that is a comment and certainly is valid and germane to this topic. Before I come to you, I'm going to see somebody else who hasn't spoken to the article. Can we go up front, please? Or to the amendment, excuse me. And to be clear, Article 18 we're discussing, which is paying debt service.
Tom Strzezinski again. Anything that we didn't spend last year, did that get put into the general fund or into the capital reserve fund for roads?
Undesignated.
Undesignated.
I'm sorry, Lorna, what was the answer?
Undesignated.
Undesignated. Okay.
So, yeah, the money is there to pay it. So what, reducing that amount, I'm with the other member of the budget committee there. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. You know, yes, I agree with this, the sentiment that we should be spending less, but not paying this bill is not going to help us, I don't think, in any way.
Okay, we had comments. I am going to come back to you. Can we get a microphone, please?
I asked about this dollar amount at a select board meeting and was told that the $124,000 is going to be rolled into a reserve to pay for assessments in some future date at some unknown dollar amount. And so I am not suggesting that we don't pay our debt service. What I'm suggesting is that we collected money for debt service last year and that we use that money for debt service this year since we didn't spend it. I do think the town should pay its bill.
And I thank you for those comments. The only thing I have to be a little careful of with an article is that we can't make changes to where money comes from if it's specifically mentioned. You certainly can, as the town voters reduce an amount, may or may not be consequences, but I can't, I'd have to rule out of order if we're going to try to designate from where, because it's specific to here where it's coming from. Does that make sense? So I hope it does. We're still on the amendment, though. Further comments, questions on the amendment? Oh, yes, Lorna, sorry. You look up front. Go ahead.
So if you look at the 2024 fiscal year town report, which came out in March of 25, voters did approve a paving bond. So this is the first payment for that. I think it would be neglectful and it would definitely put us in default if we did not fund and make that payment. I understand there's been discussion about $124,000 not used for TAN interest in 2025. That money could be put into a capital projects account that would have to come to voters at town meeting. You would have to approve that. It could also be used to reduce taxation at the June town meeting this year. The board could certainly do that as well. But I would definitely say that this should be funded so that we don't default on this warrant article for paving, which was approved at last year's town meeting.
Thank you for those comments. Any further comments on the amendment? Yes, sir, right up here. Mike's coming to you. And just state your name, please.
Yep, Stu McConnell. I'm just wondering if, I'm wondering when this is due. And if it's due after June, couldn't we have an article that would appropriate the 124 out of wherever to make up the difference?
And I believe that question, Lorna, would you be able to comment on that?
Yeah. The payment is actually due July 1, so we'll need to have that ready in June. The fiscal period for this town meeting warrant is for January 1 through June 30. So July 1, it would be too late to do something at the June town meeting. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Lorna. Other questions and comments on the amendment? All right, we're gonna vote on the amendment. I'm gonna read it as a, oh, I'm sorry, was there further comments, questions? Was there further comment or question on the amendment?
Just gonna say to Stu, yeah, that is possible that that could be done for the June referendum. It would just have to be proposed. It's just the second half of your question. But it was 124,000.
Mary, not everybody can hear that on the mic. Would you please repeat that though?
It is possible for the June town meeting that the $124,000 not spent under debt service for the TAN interest in 25 could be used in a warrant article at the June town meeting to reduce taxation.
Okay, I have a person over here who'd like to make comments or question.
Hi, Linda Warner. I just have a question. So if this was for a paving contract, we paid it 1 year, we didn't pay it last year, so there's extra money from last year, but we have to pay it this year. I'm just confused.
We
Sure.
did the
Just looking
first,
for clarification and
sorry.
Lorna?
We did the first payment with the capital projects account. So this is so we've already, do you see, we already made that first payment with capital projects money, reserve account money? So this is the first payment of the money that we actually borrowed.
Okay, yep, right up here, we have budget committee, microphone's right next to you, please.
Sorry, I'd like to answer that question a little bit more completely. So I'm new to the budget committee. I've been doing this about 6 weeks, and so I've been learning a lot of this stuff. In past years, because of how our fiscal year ran, we used to take out a TAN, which feels to me like a home equity line of credit, and we'd have to set money aside for it so that if we needed money to make payroll and cover expenses before the taxes came in, we had that liquidity. We didn't use that TAN in the past, which is good. And as a result, we had this additional 120,000 and change. That is separate from the road bonding. So they all kind of fall into the same general type of thing. They're both debt expenses, but they're distinct. And so the road bond is different. Does that answer your question better?
You can have a follow-up question if you'd like.
If it doesn't, tell us, because I think it's important to understand.
And we're gonna go over here, yes?
Dick Reel.
And this is on the amendment, remember?
This is on the amendment. Yeah, I was just going back to, I don't know if the question was answered where if we don't fund what's asked, where does the difference come from? Is that the general fund?
I believe Lorna answered that along with Mary a second ago, but would you guys clarify that, please? To his question?
We would have to have a special town meeting and seek funding to make the payment because we have no authority to expend any money from the undesignated fund without voter approval.
And then, yes, sir. Well, let's get a mic over to him, please, so everybody can hear. And that's on the amendment. Do I have a second on the amendment? I do. Any objection to moving the question on the amendment? That passes. There's no objection. So we're back to the main article to see if the town will raise and appropriate, excuse me, we're on the amendment. I'm going to read it as amended, and I apologize. To see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation. Well, this is the only problem I have with that amendment. I have a dollar amount, but it doesn't specify from where. So the only part that I heard, and I apologize for this, but it just says, and I'm going to read it the way I understand it, but correct me if I'm wrong, those who made the amendment, to see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation. And I believe you wanted to reduce that 360,930 by the stated amount, which was, I'm going to fix this, don't worry, 239. Well, maybe I'm not. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I lost track of not pointing out that there's that interest payment of 3,500. So we're still on the amendment. It has been moved, but I need to understand what dollar amounts I'm putting in there. So the original movement, original amendment person, would you speak to what those dollar amounts were? Because to be clear, it changed the total, but I didn't make note of the 3,500. I can, give me the numbers, please. Can somebody get a mic for her, just so everybody's clear? Yeah, what was it?
360, 930 minus 124, 492.43.
That's for the total, right? Oh, I see, for that top one. Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much. And that was leaving the other portion alone, and then it will add up appropriately.
And so what's that number?
So let's make sure we got it. The 236, and I'm gonna read this, and then you can correct me, and then we'll vote on. That was the $239,937.57 total that you had mentioned earlier. It was just coming out of the 360 and leaving the legal, the legal part alone. Was that originally the way I understand it, everybody? So I'm going to read it that way. The amendment with the amendment. To see if the town will raise and appropriate from taxation $236,437.57 for the paving road bond principal and interest payment and $3,500 for legal fees for a total of $239,937.57. We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by raising your cards. Those against? Amendment fails. We're back to the original article. Any discussion or continued discussion? Question's been moved and second anywhere? I have seconds. And is there any objection to moving the question? I see no objection. Question's been moved. All those in favor of Article 18, please signify raising card. Those against? Article 18 passes. If there's certain things that can be that are always appropriate. If you're making amendment, making a suggestion to adjourn, that's always in order. But other than that, we have to wait for us to go through. But if it's something really important, go ahead. I can't do that. We have to each one. But thank you. Moving on, Article 19. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $969.29 in property tax and appropriate $30.71 from the Don C. Stevens Fund for a total of $1,000 to support an academic award from the town to the highest ranking Belgrade senior graduated in 26. All select board and budget committee members were in the affirmative. Do I have a motion? I have a motion, second. Lots of seconds. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor of Article 19? Those against? Article 19 passes. Article 20, to see if the town will appropriate, authorize, designate, or release the collective sum of $10,494.57 as dictated by the following trusts and funds to make available to the principal of Belgrade Central School the interest in the amount of $210.93 from the Robert A. Guptill Historical Fund for the promotion and association of history. Authorize use of the Don C. Stevens Fund for the public schools of Belgrade income in the amount of $10,283.64 to the benefit of the public schools of Belgrade. Select board recommendation 5 yes with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have, and do I have a second? Lots of seconds. Any discussion on Article 20? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of Article 20? Those against? Article 20 passes. Article 21, to see if the town will authorize the select board to use money from the undesignated fund to maintain operations at 2025 levels should the voters reject the departmental budget under this warrant until such time as the voters approve a revised budget for the departments at a special town meeting. Select board recommendation was 5 yes with no no's. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Lots of them. Any discussion? Notice, I do have a question, and there is a comments that were made by several people. I'll just repeat them up here. Is this not needed? But because it's on the warrant, and I got to follow through. Go ahead. That was the question, and it's not needed, but it's there, and now we're voting on it. Though I start the process. All those in favor of Article 21? All those against? 21 passes. 22, to see if the town will adopt a revised building permit and land use fee schedule as recommended by the Belgrade Board of Select Persons and to authorize the Board of Select Persons to review and update the fee schedule as needed. Select Board recommendation 5 yes with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve Article 22. Any seconds? Lots of them. Discussion. I don't see any discussion. So all those in favor of Article 22, signify by raising your card. Those against? Article 22 passes. Article 23, shall the town amend the town of Belgrade shoreline zoning map adopted by the town on May 19th, 1997 for the purpose of rezoning land along Belgrade Stream identified as lots 3 and 19D on the current town of Belgrade tax map 3 for resource protection to limited residential. Select Board recommendation was 5 yes with no no's. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve Article 23. Any seconds? Lots of seconds. Discussion. I got several. I'm going to start right back here. First one I saw. Yep.
My name is Tyler Ashland. I implore everybody to vote no on this. It is my understanding that this is meant in a step towards putting a housing development down off Mill Stream Road where it can't be supported. I find it odd that the only parcels that need to be rezoned are the ones where they want to put a housing development, and no other parcels along the Mill Stream, along the Belgrade Stream are going to be rezoned. Only the one where they want to put a housing development.
Thank you for your comments. Do I have any other comments and or questions? I do in the back. Go ahead. When the mic gets to you.
Can someone explain that further? I'm not sure what this is all about.
And I have a question with somebody on planning up here. Yep, Penny, you got the mic right next to you. You may speak, please.
I'm also, can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
I'm also a member of the planning board, and we had extensive work and evidence given to us to support this. They did soil samples, they did unbelievable work, scientific work to assure us that this was designated incorrectly. Years, I think I might defer to George Seeler, who's on the planning board, or Sarah, who's the chair, but it was interesting to see how wrong that was labeled, and we need to correct it because the landowner is being unjustifiably wronged by that,
Thank
by
you for
that
those comments.
designation.
And then, yes, please, George, you have a mic to him.
George Seal, as was mentioned, I'm also a member of the planning board, the vice chair. There are two questions, it seems to me. The first is why these two lots and not.
You know what, mic close to you, just so everybody can hear.
Sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
I was talking with my hands. Surprised you didn't hear me. These are the only two lots that we had evidence that supported the conclusion and a vote, a unanimous vote by the planning board that these parcels did not meet the qualifications or the criteria in Belgrade's ordinance and in state regulations to be zoned as resource protection. Yes, that information came to our attention as a result of a subdivision application, but all the same, it came to it was brought to our attention. So with respect to the planning board's decision, there are 6 criteria in the ordinance by which a resource protection area has to meet at least one. These two parcels of land met none of them, and I'll just go through what those are. To be zoned resource protection, you have to be mapped as a moderate or high value wetland by Maine Fish and Wildlife. That's not the case. It has to be, or it has to be in a floodplain. We had a topographical survey presented to us by a Maine licensed surveyor indicating that the land is well above the 100-year floodplain level. Part of that in Belgrade, as many of you might guess, is partly because we have dam controlled water levels. Or another criteria is it has to be over 20% slope. This is fairly flat land. Fourth is it in a wetland? This is erroneously mapped by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as a wooded wetland. A survey done, and Penny alluded to this, by a Maine soil scientist indicated that the almost all of the land, there's a small area outside of the area of the subdivision, but an outside shoreline zoning for that matter, that qualifies as wetland soils. But there's no wetland vegetation to be found on these two parcels. And fifth, have a severe riverbed movement like an oxbow or something like that, and that's not the case with Belgrade Stream. And lastly, is designated as a significant natural area by the state or the federal government, and that also is not the case. In addition to the review of the various new mapping that was presented to us, we also conducted two site visits and confirmed all this information. So it's a fairly sound basis. These two parcels of land simply do not meet the criteria of resource protection, and the most appropriate alternate zone is the limited residential, which is what most of Belgrade shoreline is in.
Thank you, George. Other comments, questions? Yes, sir.
It was my understanding too that we all know last summer we were in a drought, that some of these visits took place during that drought, where you guys went down and checked the soil or the water levels. I own land right next to where this is happening. I can't drive my tractor down to the end of the field without burying it. It's wetland. Again, I find it odd that the only parcels in question are the ones where a housing development wants to be put up.
Thank you. Up front here, and then we can go back over here. We got to get a microphone over here, please, and then we'll go back to the corner.
Hi, I'm Mike Greger-Stocco. Hold the mic closer. Mike Greger-Stocco. With all due respect to the planning board members, I know it's a lot of really difficult decisions you have to make and a lot of review you have to do. However, I believe the error here was in the process. The process of designating appropriate land use throughout the town of Belgrade is a lengthy process. Every 10 years, you do a comprehensive plan where you assess all the different factors and you look at all the land, and then you go parcel by parcel and you see what matches up, and you set the zoning based on that. And it's a comprehensive process, hence the name comprehensive plan. And you do that every 10 years to make sure that your data has been updated, including Fish and Wildlife Service, FEMA, maps, everything else. If you are a landowner and you question the data that's been used, you come during the comprehensive planning process and you make your case. Or even after the comprehensive plan process and the land use designation, you make an appeal then, when the data is right there and we've just gone through it. If you allow this kind of parcel by parcel designation in the middle of the process, you're setting the town up to just say, anytime any landowner wants to change things and the conditions on your land, for example, if it's a dry drought and you will say the only thing preventing me was that my land is wet, well, I'll just go check it during a drought. I think you're just setting the town up for that kind of piecemeal designation, which defeats the whole comprehensive purpose of land use designation.
Thank you for those comments. We're gonna go to the back here. I saw somebody's hand, I think over there. Oh, no, it was the lady here with the stand first. Saw her first. Yeah, please state your name and then go ahead.
Yes, my name is Brooke Hanna. I'm currently a resident of Millstream Drive, which the largest of these two parcels is directly attached to. The current only way to access it is through 2 points coming off of Millstream Drive. We call it Millstream Loop. And this might be a multi-step question here, and this may not be the appropriate time to ask it.
No, this is the appropriate time to ask questions and certainly
I
go ahead.
understand that the question under discussion is the zoning, which is, I think as we all mentioned, the first step in a subdevelopment request. So I'm curious at what point we can get more information on how the subdevelopment, assuming this shoreline zoning is approved, that is likely the next step. And at what point can residents and other concerned citizens get more clarity on what that development looks like and how it impacts Millstream Drive?
So germane to the article, I do think that it's okay if we have somebody make comments on that. You know, because the article itself is talking about these two lots, but it seems like your question is to a larger question. I'd like somebody to try. Sarah, are you able to speak to that? Her question, or do you have separate comments? Okay, so let's see if she can help answer that, okay?
So, when a landowner has a question about the designation of their property, they don't, so I understand, maybe when we're reading this the right way, they have the opportunity to come to the planning board and make that claim. And what Mr. Stocco said is completely right to the T, except with the exception that after the map is developed, if a landowner disagree with it, they can come and claim to the planning board with evidence. And based on the evidence that the landowner presents and the read of the ordinance, the planning board makes a decision. So that happened. And in regards to the question of the lady here in the back, the planning board announced their agenda and their applications every week before the planning board goes to it. So we sent actually letters to abutters for this subdivision being approved, and people were informed about it. It's all transparent and in our website. So that said, in regards to the drought that we're having this year, that was highly contested to the point that the landowner brought in the scientist that did this survey, and this is all taped, some videos, and it's nothing under the table. He came to this select board meeting, and this gentleman spoke clearly about what his study covers and how he does it and what it pertains to. I personally was there at that meeting, and I asked this gentleman how far back that study will cover his findings. And he said 10 years. And I said, how far forward your studies will cover these findings? 10 years. So I'm not an expert in land and surveying. I had to rely on the evidence that the landowner brings forward. If the scientist is lying and houses go in that development and they start sinking, then somebody's going to be sued, but not the planning board. We went about the evidence presented by the scientist, by what is in the ordinance, and everything passed, and that was our decision. So it's all I can say. We cannot make decisions on hearsay and experiences from town neighbors about how wet it was last summer or not. We have to go by clear written evidence. We have an expert in soils came in. He gave a report, and that's evidence, and we are just to go by that in making a decision in what is in the ordinance. So with that said, it's all I got to say about this. The planning board did due diligence into this, and if somebody want to change it, here's a time, I guess.
So we're gonna go over here next. So can we get a mic over here, please? No, right here in the front.
Right, he was.
Oh, was he back there? I'm sorry, he did raise his hand, everybody. He did.
I guess I get first class treatment here.
And it's gone down because we were talking, and I apologize, but go ahead, please.
I'm Andrew Dallas. So, and I appreciate, Sarah, that the study went back 10 years. I look at this and I see that this map was made 30 years ago. And the townspeople voted to designate this as shoreline zoning. And I hate to think that we're gonna start just giving away our shoreline zone areas, and we won't get them back. It's not like it's, oh, we made a mistake and the houses are sinking and the planning board's gonna get sued. That's not gonna happen. But that land would not come back to be shoreline zoning ever again. I can't imagine. So I'd like to encourage people that we don't modify this map. I mean, would be just the first step in eroding our shoreline. And I think that's a really bad idea.
Thank you for those comments, and now we will come back up front to this gentleman. And then I'll come over here next, okay?
Hi, Dick Reel. I was just wondering, was there any evidence or information presented to the planning board that was not contracted by the landowner?
Question to the board. Would you guys on the planning board like to speak to that?
No evidence in writing or even pictures, just verbal claims like we have in here today.
I'm gonna first go over here, just because we hadn't been over here a while, and we'll come back. But yes, go ahead.
Tom Strzeznevsky, I caution everybody to be very, very careful about this. I've only lived in Belgrade for like 32 years or so. So I'm from away. I'm not a Maina. Don't know nothing. Flatlander. Okay. Now we've got that out of the system here. I grew up in a little town in Pennsylvania called Furlong. It was once called Barsville because somebody saw a bar there. And true story. You can look it up in the Place Names of Bucks County is the book. Anyway, when you start picking away at this stuff, it's the thin end of a wedge. That little town that I grew up in, the first developments were 1 acre zoning. It was all farmland, some of the finest loam on the East Coast. In some cases, 20, 30 feet deep. I used to, go to college, go everywhere I wanted on my motorcycle, 70 miles an hour, no traffic, no nothing. Last time I was down there, I never got the bike into top gear. That was on a Sunday. The development is now 1/4 acre zoning. Some of those farms now have their own post offices and water treatment plants, literally. Okay? And what the gentleman said, and how they did that is they changed the zoning little by little. They'd find a farm with some old people and say, oh, well, those 5 acres over there, best use of that is residential, not farmland. And so the taxes would get raised on those 5 or 10 acres to the point where they couldn't pay it. So it was the old, silver or lead. Either you sell me your 6 or 10 acres, or I'll take your farm. And it's a little by little is how they do that. And this is the fear here. You change one little, oh, it's only one parcel. It's only one parcel. Then there's a development, and then the next developer comes in. And we have some really, really big parcels in Belgrade, a couple 100 acres here, a couple 100 acres there. And if you get a developer who has their eye on one of those and says, I'm going to buy the whole thing, and I'm going to get this changed with my scientist and a planning board, now you're going to have a mess. And like the man said, once this stuff is done, it ain't ever coming back. You're going to lose it forever. So I'd be very cautious about approving this.
Thank you for those comments. We are coming back over here. I think the lady with her hand up is next.
Hi, Linda Warner. I had the privilege of working with the Friends of Messalonsky on Messalonsky Lake for about the last 10 years and have worked collaboratively with all of the lake associations over those years. And I too would say something smells like dead fish here. I don't like the idea one little bit. What we have found out is that every little bit of rainwater that runs down any sort of slope and into the lakes or the stream cause a problem with chemicals in the water. And as a result, we have now PFAS in the water. People are being told not to eat the fish that they catch in the water. Don't eat the deer that you catch because they've been drinking the water and eating off the vegetation. In this instance, the stream itself is in a really bad place. Soon you'll be able to walk across parts of it. So again, a residential area is going to add more hard surfaces down which more water and rainwater is gonna go into the water. And we're all connected, all the lakes and all the streams are all connected. So I would hesitate to say that this is a good idea.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to go into the back, please.
Lisa
No.
Gagny Siniendo. I've been a resident of Mill Stream Drive for about 25 years now. I am opposed to a subdivision going in. I'm opposed to rezoning. I'm opposed to the whole thing. The entire deal was not the right way. The way that they sold the property, they didn't offer to the residents at first. I've been trying to buy that piece of property for the last 25 years because I knew at some point somebody was gonna come in with money and try to make a subdivision behind there. So I don't want it rezoned.
Thank you for your comments. I am going to come over, before I come back to somebody who's spoken, is there anybody who hasn't spoken, Sarah? Just before, I don't believe anybody in the back corner here has spoken on this particular one. We're going to go there first and then I'll come back over, okay?
Hi, Mandy Grant. I just want to commend the planning board for looking at scientific evidence, and despite how we all may feel about shoreline zoning, protecting our water quality, I think the town has an obligation, per the planning board's decision, to follow the ordinances, the state recommendations, the scientific evidence that would indicate that this piece of property has been misclassified. And, you know, the owner or private landowners do have rights, from what I understand, to appeal these zoning decisions. And I think that's a fundamental right that we, whether we want a subdivision or not, do not have the authority to renege on.
All right, thanks for your comments. We're going to go right next to you first and then I'm going, yeah, you haven't spoken yet. He has the mic in his hand, so I'm gonna let him do his thing and then I can come to you, okay?
Okay, Craig Alexander, I'm part of the planning board. When these maps are being made by the state and adopted by the towns and stuff, they're made with like a broad brush. It's so if a property is included in that, it's up to the landowner to prove that it isn't in there, and up to us to determine whether that's correct or not. And it's up to them to have the map changed. And this is just a process of having the map changed to properly fit the property.
Thank you. And I had told this gentleman I was going to come to him first before I come to over here, right here with his hand up. And then I'm coming to you next, okay?
So one of the first actions that was taken after this land was purchased, and when it was purchased, it was understood that it was in shoreland zoning. So they obviously felt that they were going to be able to sway the planning board ahead of time. They clear cut half of it, and there's a small waterway that runs from that land onto my land, and they had no issue running a fellow buncher right through the middle of it.
Thank you.
So
And
that land
comments? I'm sorry.
That land is wet.
Okay, thank you. We are coming over here. Go ahead.
I just want to move forward with the vote.
So the question has been moved. Do I have a second? I have lots of seconds. Is there any objection to moving forward with the vote? I have an objection. We need to count. All those in favor of moving forward with the vote, raise your hand. Can I have the ballot clerks count, please? Remember, it's a 2/3 majority, so we have to do a count when that's been requested. Make sure you keep your hands high, please. All right, you put your hands down. All those against moving the question, please raise your cards. And Mary, could you do a count, please? And Kelsey, on your side, please. And 2, so it's 4. Okay, we are moving forward with the question. And we're going to the vote. Shall the town amend the town of Belgrade shoreline zoning map adopted by the town on May 19th, 1997 for the purpose of rezoning land along Belgrade Stream identified as lots 3 and 19D on the current town of Belgrade tax map for the resource protection to limited residential? All those in favor, raise your cards. All those against, raise your cards. Article 23 fails. Any challenge? Seeing no challenge stands. Okay, Article 24, shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Select Persons to accept a gift of 0.75 acres located on property tax map 02 and lot 007 and to execute any documents related to the acceptance of said gift pertaining to the transfer of ownership of that property? 5 recommendations, yes on the select board, no no's. Do I have a motion? I have one, and do I have a second? Lots of seconds, thank you. Any discussion? Yes, please. Get a mic though, please. Thank you, Kelsey.
Just one quick question on that. I know the intention of the folks who offered this gift to the town were to make sure that that parcel of land, if you don't know where it is, this is the corner of Route 135 and the Knowles Road, that access point where folks have for decades been able to launch canoes and kayaks. Some folks fish from that. Is that part of the agreement for acceptance that the town received?
And do we have somebody up front here who might be able to speak to the question, please? Yes, Mike, yes. Thank you.
I don't think there is any stipulation in the agreement that it stay that way, but that is the intent of the select board when they discussed it and wanted to move forward and let voters vote.
And yes, you could do a follow-up.
So I'm sorry, I was at some of those board meetings, and the intention prior to the town even accepting the gift on behalf of a board member was to reach out to the Seven Lakes Alliance and ask if they wanted the gift instead. So then it would be closed for citizens. And then at a follow-up board meeting, when I questioned, wow, how do we give something away we don't even have? Then it became the conversation in the chatter, and you can go back and watch those board meetings, was that they wanted the town to accept it so they could then close citizen access.
All right, do we have further comment, questions on that from anybody up front? We do have other comments and questions in back up right here, right beside you. Hold your card so we can see it, please. There you go. Oh, look, he sees you now. I just want him to find you. Go ahead and state your name and your question or comment, please.
My name is Sandra
A
Stevens.
little bit closer to your mouth. It seems like it's.
My name
there.
is Sandra Stevens, and my question is the documentation. What is that? Is that resurveying the land, a new deed, easements? And will we need to pay liability insurance on it?
Okay, so that question, Lorna, would you be able to address, please?
To execute any documents would be to sign any legal documents accepting the gift. And yes, it would fall under insurance of the town.
Thank you, Lorna. Right up here, George, I think.
George Seal, I just want to make sure I didn't hear everything earlier. If the town, we vote to accept this parcel of land, is it the town's intention to keep it open to the public? I believe it should be, or it shouldn't be accepted as public land.
And do we have somebody who would like to comment on that up here, please? Anybody? Yes, Barbara? Yeah, I'm gonna give you my mic.
Yes, that was the intention of asking for authorization to accept the gift.
Thank you. Other questions and actually, I'm gonna go next to you first and I can come back.
Dick Reel, I'd like to make an amendment to add at the end the language with the intention of keeping the property open for the public.
So before I say that that's in order, I want to see if anybody will object to that first, so I don't have to do a vote. Does anybody object before I even go to that? Are parliamentarians up here with me? Okay, so first we're gonna restate it, and then we're gonna get a second, I imagine, but could you just restate that so I can write it down, please?
At the end, with the intention to keep the property open to the public.
And I have a second, thank you. Hang on, let me write this down. When you say keep, with the intention to keep the property open. Is that what you said? Oh, open, see, that's why I asked, keep property open to the public. Got it. Okay, now we'll go to discussion. Yep, and discussion, go ahead. And this is on the amendment. So the amendment is to add the language at the end, and correct me if I'm wrong. After the period, it's the next sentence, with the intention to keep the property open to the public. There we go. Well, I'm not a good comma person, but I think the words probably matter, but thank you. All right, so she's saying that it was a comma instead of a period. I don't think you have an objection to that. Okay. All right, go ahead to your question or comment.
Well, I just wondered if this is going to be an asset or a liability to the town.
And would somebody speak to that, please? She wants to know if it would be an asset or a liability to the town, I believe.
I think that we feel it would be an asset to the town.
Okay, I'm gonna go over to the back corner, just behind you, sir, there's somebody standing, and then I can come to you, okay? And the mic's coming right to you. And remember, this is on the amendment first.
Right, Craig Bailey, my question is, if the town gets the property, which department is gonna be in charge of it and making sure they enforce this amendment?
Thank you, and comment or answering the question, I guess, up front. Lorna, would you like that?
I think it would likely fall under Parks and Recreation and maybe facilities as well.
We had a gentleman, right, thank you. This gentleman, you still have a question or comment? Yes, she's gonna bring the mic right over to you. Just raise your hand so she can see you. There you go. She sees you now. She's coming. And just make sure you state your name, please.
Yeah, Michael Barrett. I just have a quick general question. When Melanie gave the location, I couldn't make it out. Would you just repeat where this is located?
And that is fine. That's a good, germane question, even though we're on the amendment, but I think that's fair enough. The location, I think you were saying?
Okay, so the corner of the Knowles Road and Route 135. There's the little bridge there that a lot of times folks will fish from. There's a little inlet on the side where folks will park along the side of the Knowles Road, launch their canoes and kayaks so that they have access from that end of town. That's the piece.
Thank you. Okay, further questions, comments on the amendment, adding that into the sentence? I have one right here. Go ahead, and then I'll come to you.
Just wondering again, how much will we need to have this surveyed and the insurance cost on it? And how much is the property value at?
Property value was a question, insurance, and I forget what, a survey. Lorna?
If memory serves, the valuation of that small parcel is maybe around 6,000. Insurance costs would be nominal for that because it would just fall under our general liability.
Okay. Further questions? Go ahead. There is a movement to, there's getting punchy this late in the day. We have somebody who's asked to move the question on the amendment. Is there a second? I have that, plenty. Is there any objection to moving the question on the amendment? There is none, so that has happened. Now I'm going to read it with the amendment, but the amendment is what you're voting on at the moment. And it's a comma with the intention to keep the property open to the public. That is the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by raising. Those against? Amendment passes. Now we're going to the original question. Before we vote on that, is there any other questions and or comments on the amended Article 24? I don't see any. I'm going to read it. Shall the town vote to authorize the Board of Select Persons to accept a gift of 0.75 acres located on property tax map 02 and lot 007, and to execute any documents related to the acceptance of said gift pertaining to the transfer of ownership of the property, comma, with the intention to keep the property open to the public. All those in favor signify by raising your card. And those against? Article 24 is amended, passes. All right, Article 20, whoop, is that it? No. I thought I was excited. No, Article 25. Sorry. Article 25, shall the town vote to close the following accounts and appropriate the total of $52,256 to reduce the tax burden? Do I have a motion to accept? Oh, and the recommendations from committee and select board were 5 yes, 6 yes respectively, and no no's. We have a motion to approve Article 25. A second? Lots of seconds. Any discussion? Melanie first. This guy saw you first. Go ahead.
Okay, so folks.
State your, I know it's.
Melanie Jeweler. Okay, so in 2023, the town established the main PERS buyback. There were a handful of employees, I think 5 total, who could have accessed that. At the time, we put, I think, $161,000 in that account. If you look back at your revenue sheets, the index of capital reserve shows that in March of this year, the remainder of that account goes back to the undesignated fund. So I would like to ask our treasurer, what is the amount of money that is left in that reserve account? Is it this 48,000 or is there a different number?
And that, of course, went through the chair. And I will pose the question over to if treasurer could comment or anyone else on the question.
Okay.
And I'm not the chair, I meant moderator. Moderator.
It's approximately 147,000 for the main PERS buyback.
Okay, so how do we close an account with an amount of $48,000 when there's way more than that in the account? So just the wording of this article is ambiguous. It says, hey, we'll reduce your tax burden. Not gonna tell you how. Looks like a $50,000 slush fund that we can sort of use for whatever we want. You cannot close an account set up for a purpose unless you clean out the account. You can't take a portion and then claim we're closing the account, because then there's 120,000, 100 and some odd $1,000, 120 not accounted for. So where's that money going?
Okay, so we're gonna stop with just a question and comment, but the question to see if that could be spoken to up here, who would like to? And then I will go to others, but I can come back to you, okay?
Both of those funds, the main PERS buyback reserve account and the Dalton Property Special Revenue Fund, the amount that you see here is 1/3 of the amount that is in those funds. And the reason that we did that is because we wanted to apply the 2/3 to the next fiscal year, which starts July 1. So maybe perhaps the wording is wrong that we can't close the accounts, but we are appropriating 1/3 of the amount. We would like to appropriate 1/3 of the amount of those 2 funds for the 6-month fiscal year, and then we will appropriate 2/3 to reduce the tax burden in the next fiscal year.
And so before we go further, and I will go with questions, I'm wondering if there might be an amendment that could be in order if somebody posed it. But before we do any of that, I'm just going to continue with questions. I'm going to go over here and I can come back to you. Go ahead.
Clarification, Barb.
Please state your name.
Tom Dowd. Clarification, the approximately $104,000, is that going to be used to reduce our tax burden, or is it going to go into a reserve that will then be?
The intention is to reduce the tax burden using 1/3 of those funds for this 6-month budget, and then using 2/3 of the funds for the next full year budget.
Thank you.
Okay, further comments and questions up here on the up front? Go ahead, Mary. Can you use the mic though, please?
I'm gonna make an amendment. Actually, I want to pass over that article because I feel that in 2023, it was voted on in favor for the balance of those funds to lapse into the undesignated fund. So those balance of that amount of $161,000 is actually $147,000, and that should be lapsing in. So I guess I feel that that article should be passed over and maybe put forward for the June.
So you can make a motion to pass over, and my interpretation is we would do a 2/3 majority vote. It also could be amended, or it could just be go down to failure. You make the motion that you want, and then we'll look for a second and act accordingly.
Okay, because that article was actually voted on in favor to lapse into the reserve in 2023. The current article does not address that. I want to pass over this article.
Do I have a second to do a passover?
Second.
I have a second, so we're gonna have, let me just double check my little cheat sheet here.
I checked mine too.
Yeah. We can have discussion. So discussion, and I see a hand up back. Now, remember, this is to pass over, not at the moment. If we do it, we will basically disregard that article, which is also in a way saying no to it, because it might not be brought back up in theory, right? But it is a passover, so we just don't act on it effectively. But go ahead with your question to that.
I worked for Maine PERS, so I'm wondering, Maine PERS, I'm trying to think of the correct wording. What was Maine PERS' intention when they gave the town of Belgrade the money back?
I think we need clarification, and that is germane to even a passover, I think is fair enough. So can we answer that, please?
So the town decided in 23 to set up an account to allow employees to buy back years of service because they voted to, or the townspeople actually at town meeting voted to adopt and offer Maine State retirement to employees. So the capital projects account, a reserve account, was set up to fund enough money that any of the employees who wanted to begin participating in Maine State retirement could buy back years of service. So it's not really anything to do with Maine PERS, the entity Maine PERS. Does that make sense?
The town of Belgrade put in money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
So that makes sense.
Okay.
And thank you. And I'm gonna check a little rule here. Bear with me before I go further, make sure I'm doing it right. Because, you know, we don't want to later find out that I did it wrong. So I'm going to page 12, but of course my papers got out of order. It's awesome. Page 12. Bear with me. Somebody steal my page 12. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it is 2/3. I'm just verifying. I want to make sure because on the front, it's not one of the highlighted ones, but it is a 2/3. Okay, so we're still on that and we're still discussing, and go ahead. And it's a move. The question is always in order. If I have a second, I got lots of seconds. Is there any objection to acting on that amendment? We have an objection. We go to a vote. All those in favor of all those in favor of, well, no, not passing over. It was moving the question. I want to make sure we're on that. All those in favor of moving the question, raise your hand. It's 2/3 vote. And we need the counters, please. All right, I got the count then. All those who are not in favor of moving the question, please raise your cards. Kelsey, you double check the numbers, please. That's what I got. Any on this side? So keep them up high, guys, just so there's no clutter. I got another one over here. Can we just make sure, everybody hold them up for sure who's voting to not move the questions, keep them high and please double check. Three.
Yeah.
So, 9. I got 107 to 9. We'll move the question, and now I'm gonna be careful in how I word this to make sure everybody understands. There's a motion to pass over, so an affirmative is it's done, and it's a dead question at this meeting. A negative would be it's still up for us to discuss and vote on. Any questions with that? Just procedural? You know what? There is discussion allowed on that. I'm sorry. Got all excited. We move forward. Discussion is allowed. And this is on, at this point, no, we already did the discussion. We moved the question. No, there isn't. Sorry, guys. There is no discussion. It's been moved. All those in favor of passing over this article signify raising your card. All those against? Passed over. I appreciate that. That's always in order. I have a second. All those in favor signify by raising your card. Those against? Meeting is adjourned.